I will speak Italian. Ok. Buongiorno a tutti.
Good morning to everybody, and welcome to Rome. It is a great pleasure and honor for me to host the GSM meeting here. And I'd like to wish a warm welcome to my colleague Panestrelli, who is of Italian origin, but is from Portugal. Also, Pina Picerno, I'd like to welcome her. I'd like to welcome Fernando Gutierrez, who is Chairman President of the GSM, for all this work done these recent years. And he is still doing so by keeping NATO's attention focused on the Mediterranean. I'd like to wish you all a very warm welcome, as I'd like to welcome Ruxandra Poppa and all members of the NATO Parliamentary Assembly who arrived this morning or last night. Welcome, therefore. Many thanks for being here today. You are here, and your presence underlines the importance we all attach to the Mediterranean basin, to its defense, to its security. And I'm talking about not only social dimension, but also military, economic, and political. The Mediterranean basin has transformed in a thoroughgoing manner since NATO was founded 75 years ago. We used to be very much a secondary issue, and that very much out of NATO's limelight during the Cold War. But more and more attention has been paid to the Mediterranean, given the geopolitical global issues and the fluidity and lack of certainty which characterizes the basin, especially the weakness of the political institutions in this region. And this has been a source of great instability and conflicts and tensions in the Balkans, in the Eastern Mediterranean, in the Caucasus, in Central Asia, the Gulf and Africa, also are influenced by what happens in the Mediterranean. And that is why in the early 90s, and I was young at the time, and I can remember that it was at the initiative of Italy that the Mediterranean became something of a theater, which of course is extremely specific in its components, but it does have some form of unitary value as a geostrategic region. And this is why in 1994 the Mediterranean Dialogue was launched as a means of cooperating with certain Mediterranean countries in a very dynamic and very open fashion. I remember that the first partners were Egypt, Israel, Morocco, Mauritania, and Tunisia. Then came Jordan and Algeria. And here we are, or rather, no, 10 years further on, very much encouraged by this experience, NATO launched the Istanbul Cooperation Initiative. That was at the Istanbul Summit in 2004 to promote cooperation in the security area between NATO and Bahrain, Kuwait, Qatar, and the Emirates. Oman and Saudi Arabia take part in selected activities within this cooperation initiative. They work upon defense planning, they work on the fight against terrorism, against the proliferation of weapons of mass destruction, and on supporting civil society. This year, we are celebrating the 75th anniversary of the creation of our alliance, and also the 30th anniversary of the Mediterranean Dialogue Initiative and the 20th anniversary of the Istanbul Initiative. And of course, and unfortunately, we have seen recently how threats have arisen and strengthened in the Mediterranean area and in the whole world, and we must stand up to these threats together. And that is why, in its 2023 strategic concept, NATO called upon, rather focused on the southern flank of the alliance, instability, terrorism, and peacekeeping. And this gave birth to the NATO 2030 initiative with three main lines of efforts. The strengthening of joint force command in Naples, which you will be visiting. The second line of effort, strengthening cooperation with the European Union on Mediterranean issues. And thirdly, upping cooperation within the North Atlantic Council, the discussion rather on the southern flank. And this is in cooperation with third states allows us within the strategic concept to place focus on the Mediterranean dialogue and the Istanbul cooperation initiatives. We must always remember that NATO is, of course, a military alliance, but it is above all there to maintain peace through deterrence. As we know, si vis pacem para bellum, and to quote Plato, Cicero, and Cornelius Nepotis. The alliance came into being after two tragic world wars. 60 million citizens, soldiers and citizens died during those two world wars. We are here in NATO to defend and to promote, rather, a positive culture and to confront disinformation, which is more and more embedded in our societies, and to sustain the very base of our civil and peaceful society. As the Italian delegation, we play our part within the NATO Parliamentary Assembly and in our own parliaments in favor of active dialogue and exchanges between citizens on values which unite us all and which is very much the raison d'etre of NATO. I'd like to now voice an appeal. Given what is happening in the world, security and defense must be totally set aside from any party political issues. It must become a common objective and not divisive. We must be able to defend the values of which we are the defenders in the North Atlantic Alliance, and we must make sure that the values, our common values, may prevail against war and against hate. And this is an occasion for me to wish you a very successful seminar and to voice the hope that we can reinforce the Atlantic Alliance as a means of deterrence, but above all of peace. Many thanks. Many thanks. Well, I hope that, of course, you're going to enjoy Rome too. Many thanks and welcome.
Allora, da qui faccio, scusami. La parola al nostro vicepresidente dell'Assemblea, Marco.
Our Vice President Marcos is going to take the floor. Many thanks.
I want to welcome you on this seminar on behalf of our President Michal Szczerba, who unfortunately could not join us today. We have here in Rome over 60 members of parliament from 16 NATO countries, the 3 NATO candidates, and 7 partners in the Middle East and North Africa. This strong participation shows the importance and value we attach to dialogue and cooperation with one another. I would like to extend a particularly warm welcome to the leaders of some of the parliaments present here. His Excellency Kemal Ademovic, Speaker of the House of Peoples of Bosnia and Herzegovina. His Excellency Sakwan Abdullah Ahmed Dalawi, Deputy Speaker of the Federal Parliament of Iraq. His Excellency Abdul Nabi Salman Ahmed, First Deputy Speaker of the Council Representatives of Bahrain. And His Excellency Andrew Azimaya Mohako, Second Deputy Speaker of the Parliament of Ghana. I want to thank Lorenzo Cesa and all the Italian delegation for hosting this timely event and for putting together such a high-level agenda. Italy plays a leading role in our alliance. It is a founding member of NATO and a key contributor to all NATO priorities, missions, and operations. It is also a leader in advancing NATO's partnerships with the southern neighborhood. Our meeting takes place, as Cesar reminded us, as NATO celebrates its 75th anniversary. For 75 years, NATO has proven to be the most successful alliance in history. It has prevented war, promoted peace, and defended democracy. It has expanded the area of peace and stability in Europe by integrating new members, and it has extended a hand of friendship to partners across the globe. Because many of the threats and challenges we face today are global, and because we are stronger when we address these together. It is remarkable that NATO has reached out to partners in the South at the same time as it has enlarged and strengthened its partnerships in the East. The Mediterranean dialogue was created in 1994, the same year as NATO established the Partnership for Peace. This year, NATO marks 30 years of the Mediterranean dialogue and 20 years of the Istanbul Cooperation Initiative. Strengthening cooperation with partners in the South will be one of the priorities of the Washington Summit in July. In a moment, we will hear from General Nardi about the recommendations of the independent group of experts appointed by the NATO Secretary General. And I want to thank Javier Colomina for joining us to talk about the achievements of NATO partnerships in the South and the way ahead. For the past 30 years, our Assembly has consistently supported and complemented NATO's outreach to the South, and the Mediterranean and Middle East Special Group has led our efforts, today under the strong leadership of the Spanish Senator Fernando Gutiérrez. The dialogue we conduct at the parliamentary level is essential in building trust, mutual understanding, and common responses to threats and challenges. This year's GSM seminar comes at a critical time for security in both the Euro-Atlantic and the MENA regions. For 2 years, 2 months, and 2 weeks, Russia has conducted a brutal, unprovoked war of aggression against Ukraine. By attacking Ukraine and seeking to illegally annex parts of its territory, Russia violated the most fundamental rules of the UN Charter and of international law. Its aggression threatens the very foundations of the international system. If we allow Russia to get away with it, this will have devastating consequences, not just in Europe, but around the world. Russia's war is already impacting the MENA region. Russia has thought to use anger as a weapon by blocking the exports of Ukraine's grain. We have only avoided a global catastrophe thanks to Ukraine's resilience, to the leadership from our ally Turkey and from the UN, and thanks to the solidarity of other NATO allies in the Black Sea. Russia is also expanding its destabilizing influence across the Middle East and Africa. The excellent report by our colleague Theo Franken, GSM rapporteur and Vice President of the Assembly, and it makes it very clear. If Russia wins in Ukraine, this will send a message to all autocrats around the world that war and aggression pay off. It will reverse 80 years of efforts by all the nations represented here to protect the right of all nations to live in peace, free from aggression, and to determine their future. That is why we all have a stake in Ukraine's future, and we must all stand with Ukraine until victory. But Russia is not alone in sowing instability. Iran, along with its proxies, threaten regional peace and security. In fact, Iran's strategic partnership with Russia is part of an axis of disruption, including China and North Korea, that seeks to upend global security. Terrorism, in all its forms and manifestations, remains the most significant asymmetric threat facing all our nations. We need common approaches and solutions. Devastating conflicts persist across the Middle East and Africa. They endanger regional stability, provide fertile ground for terrorist organizations and external actors, and feed irregular migration. These trends are aggravated by the impact of climate change, fragile institutions, water, and food insecurity. Again, these are challenges we must address together. Lastly, while this is not a NATO issue, allies have also redoubled efforts to urgently achieve a sustainable ceasefire in the Middle East. Our Assembly has condemned in its strongest terms the horrific mass terrorist attacks perpetrated by Hamas on 7 October last year. We have recognized Israel's right to self-defense, and we continue to call for the release of all hostages. But we also recognize that the people in Gaza who are caught in this fire are paying a terrible price. Their suffering must end. And we need to express a huge concern with the rising erosion of the popular support to Israel in the West and to an unacceptable growth of anti-Semitism. Individual allies are working together with partners in the region to put an end to the current cycle of violence and suffering and to find an acceptable path to a two-state solution which guarantees Israel's security as well as the Palestinian people's self-governance. Colleagues, in these troubled times, deeper dialogue is needed more than ever because our security is interlinked. We need one another, and an increasingly unstable world is a threat for all of us. The NATO PA remains a committed partner. Earlier this spring, our governing body, the Standing Committee, adopted a package of enhanced cooperation. We want to increase parliamentary dialogue at seminars like this one and at NATO PA sessions. We want to give more visibility to the GSM at our sessions, and we want to explore new partnerships in the region. We are also determined to support parliaments in the region to strengthen their role in security and defense and to consolidate democratic processes and democratic resilience. Because security today is not just about tanks, jets, and weapons. It is also about the resilience of our societies and our democracies. That is why our Assembly pushes for the establishment of a Center for Democratic Resilience at NATO headquarters. This center would provide best practices and assistance to allies and partners to strengthen the resilience of our societies to disinformation, hybrid threats, and foreign malign interference. Colleagues, the challenges before us have rarely been greater. Let us work together, allies and partners, towards peace, stability, and the defense of the rules-based international order. Thank you very much. and have a very nice seminar. And thank you once again to the Italian delegation.
Grazie a Marcos. Darei la parola al vicepresidente del Parlamento europeo, l'onorevole Pupia. Grazie.
Sì, grazie a tutti e a tutti. Saluto con
Many thanks to you all. I would like to welcome you all here. I'd like to thank Mr. Cesa for inviting me to speak to you. I'm extremely happy to be with you all at this very important meeting. This meeting will allow us to exchange and to table very important proposals to face up to the threats which confront us if we're thinking of the Mediterranean neighborhood and the Middle East. Because we're talking about of a region which is facing all the different threats and opportunities. This is an essential region for Europe, for our resources, and given all its potential, but also all its threats. The tensions of these two regions cannot be seen in isolation. They are very much influences on the world order, thinking of conflicts, of food insecurity, of critical infrastructure, and many other factors. Security has become more and more global, with its repercussions for regions and the world.
fonde.
The world is undergoing profound crises. So in this world full of crises, the alliance has to be strong. It is strong, and it's a way for us to overcome increasing challenges facing the Euro-Atlantic area. The aim, of course, of the alliance is to safeguard us all, and we're based on shared values. The alliance really is the backbone of Euro-Atlantic defense. Of course, we have redefined our goals following the Russian aggression of Ukraine. The security context has dramatically changed, and NATO, of course, has become increasingly indispensable. Together with European initiatives, it has provided a safety bubble, if you like. President Putin's aggression of Ukraine has been brutal. And let us keep in mind that it's not just Kiev that is being attacked. No, it's the entire Euro-Atlantic area that is being attacked. And supporting Ukraine, of course, also means supporting, protecting the Ukrainian people and our own people. I think that all of this is linked to various dynamics that we have to keep in mind. First and foremost, the Mediterranean region. There is Russian influence in Syria, the embargo in Libya that is being violated by Russia, various actions taken to destabilize the region and the Sahel, for example. All of this has to be taken into account. And it is part of a vaster set of measures. Iran is trying to destabilize the region as well, through its proxies sometimes, and this has so many consequences, be they political, economic, or security-related. This is why we need a 360-degree approach. We need the eastern and the southern flank to work together to deal with cyber threats, to deal with threats against freedom of navigation. So it is really together that we can overcome these different challenges. I think that taking that kind of perspective means that we have to relaunch the initiatives of Western democracies. Together, we really need to overcome these challenges and threats through an integrated approach, through an integrated strategy. We have to be clearly present and have good relationships with our partners. For that, we need really a direct dialogue with our partners, and we need to cooperate on shared issues. Of course, this means that we have to listen to our partners more, that we have to work with them more. And this is why today's conference is so important, of course. Because yesterday's rules no longer apply today. Again, we're faced with very complex challenges, and so we need innovative solutions. Multilateral cooperation, I think, really has to be at the very heart of our action today. A renewed Euro-Mediterranean pact, I think, would be the foundation of our work. We have to take into account the situation in the Sahel, the Middle East, and the Gulf states. What we need to do now is to work to strengthen our partnerships in Northern Africa and the Sahel and the Middle East, to strengthen our relationships with the various countries. NATO and the European Union has set up partnerships in the past 10 years, but we really need deep dialogue to lead to useful initiatives, always respecting, of course, our values and our objectives. And that means doing more than we've done so far. There has to be a mutual trust. We have to listen to one another. In this very complex world, we have to fight together for freedom, to fight against terrorism, to really ensure stability together. I think that is, again, at the heart of what we're doing today. Of course, I am following the Washington summit preparations. The summit will be essential, and the recommendations drafted as part of that summit will be extremely important. I think that NATO-EU cooperation will be key. After all, our security is indivisible. We need one another. We need one another to deal with the current challenges, but also with future challenges. Euro-Atlantic security cannot, of course, just be dealt with by NATO. It really has to be a shared responsibility, and I think we all have to commit to that. Now, committing to our security, of course, means action taken by the European Union. And let me be very clear, I think the EU should be brave. It should be braver. It should be more focused, more decisive, and determined to deal with shared challenges. Foreign policy, defense, these are issues that really we will have to tackle at European level. Because a strong Europe is, of course, important for a strong Euro-Atlantic bond. Acting alone simply would not work. Acting in isolation faced with these challenges does not work. Again, we live in a very complex time with so many challenges, and so the Euro-Atlantic community has to lead. And I think we have to start in the southern flank, where Europe and NATO have to work together, and increasingly so. There's a new strategic balance at a world level, and so we need to have an integrated approach in the Mediterranean region as well. This kind of integrated approach would, of course, safeguard our supply chains and various strategic areas. We have to overcome the current difficulties we may be having. We need a vision that really goes beyond geopolitical and diplomatic issues, and that brings together the region's various specificities. Now, dear colleagues, I think we really have to invest in stronger relationships, in greater, deeper integration. And again, we need to find shared solutions. I repeat, we really have to find solutions together, because we cannot act alone. No country can come up with the solutions by themselves. So thank you very much for the work that you're doing, that you will be doing today, that we'll be doing together. Thank you for your attention.
Grazie. Vicepresidente del Parlamento Europeo.
Thank you. I'd like to thank the Vice President of the European Parliament, Pina Picerno. At the European Parliament, she works with President Mazzola on European matters. So thank you very much for your intervention. And now, Fernando Gutierrez, President of the GSM.
Thank you so much, Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Very good morning and buongiorno a tutti. In my capacity as chair of the GSM, I would like to welcome you all to Rome for this important meeting that NATO Parliamentary Assembly of this special group for the Mediterranean and Middle East. Echoing the words of the President, I would like first to thank the President of the Chamber of Deputies and the Senate of Italy, Lorenzo Fontana and Ignazio La Russa, as well as my friend and colleague, the head of the delegation of the Italian delegation, Lorenzo Cesa, chairing this meeting, for their warm welcome and their dedication to hosting this seminar. This is an important event for our Assembly, and we are very grateful for the hospitality you have extended to all of us. It is thanks to your hard work that we have with us so many parliamentarians from NATO member states, associate countries, and observers from across the MENA region. The agenda is excellent. Our Italian colleagues, their staff, and the staff from the International Secretariat lined up impressive speakers from government, academia, and the international expert community. I'm also looking forward to the visit NATO members of the Assembly will make to Allied Joint Force Command Naples at the conclusion of this meeting here in Rome. The work of our Mediterranean and Middle East Special Group, the GSM, is essential in our Assembly. The collective security interests of NATO are closely tied to those of our partners and friends in the region. Our shared challenges require us to cooperate across a broad range of policy areas with the goal of fostering stability and development. I look forward to the discussions and encourage you to actively participate and share your perspectives. As many of you know, the GSM is the Assembly's primary vehicle for reaching out to our partners across the Alliance's southern neighborhood. It's, however, not our only one. I should note that each of the Assembly's 5 committees routinely explore issues relevant to the MENA region and organizes visits to gather information for their reports and to meet their parliamentary counterparts, government officials, and experts. NATO itself has made its revised approach toward the southern neighborhood a key priority. At the 2023 Vilnius Summit, Allied leaders noted the interconnected challenges facing the Middle East, North Africa, and Sahel regions, which affect the Euro-Atlantic security. The 2022 strategic concept also stressed this point. Last year, NATO commissioned an independent group of experts to explore ways to deepen ties with our partners across the South. We will hear during this seminar from one of the representatives of that group of experts. This process has coincided with the NATO PA's own review of the partnerships, and the leadership of the GSM and the Assembly was grateful to participate in dialogue with NATO's group of experts to exchange perspectives. The NATO Parliamentary Assembly presents another phase of the alliance and offers an important political perspective on matters confronting it. As an Assembly, we have thus decided to take the key steps with regards to the southern neighborhood, including, among others, remaining committed to establishing new informal and formal relationships with southern partner parliaments as well as regional parliamentary bodies, broadening awareness of threats emanating from the south through our GSM activities, including its seminars, and engaging with NATO throughout our respective review processes to align goals and priorities vis-à-vis the southern neighborhood. Meeting the challenges emanating from the Middle East, North Africa, and Sahel regions requires greater collaboration and mutual understanding. Later today, the GSM rapporteur, Theo Franken, from Belgium, will present the first draft of his excellent report, which explores the evolving role of Russia in the MENA region in light of its war on Ukraine. Our alliance is deeply concerned about the role Russia, Iran, and increasingly China are playing in this region. All three pose serious challenges to the international rules-based order. I know Theo we will very much appreciate your comments, participation, and inputs on his draft, which will be finalized over the summer. The NATO Parliamentary Assembly is dedicated to providing a forum where these matters can be discussed openly and frankly among legislators from NATO countries and the MENA region. For that reason, I very much look forward to these discussions over the coming 2 days. This is, however, a large seminar, and I'm going now to the logistics on it. I will urge all members who do take the floor to be short and to the point in their remarks so that all who wish to speak will have a chance to do so. We will use a speaker's clock with time limits if necessary. I hope it's not necessary, but if it's required, we'll do it. I also appeal to you to please strive to focus your remarks on the topics at hand. We, and I am sure all of you, want to keep this conference focused on the issues on the seminar agenda and to conduct this seminar in a spirit of democratic exchange and mutual respect. We are happy to see so many of you here today, and we welcome the spirit of cooperation that has always animated this annual event. Parliaments play a fundamental role in building security, and that is the essential insight our organizers have built into the agenda. I would like to especially welcome the NATO Parliamentary and Mediterranean Associate delegations from Algeria and Israel, as well as observer delegations from Bahrain, Cyprus, Ghana, and Iraq. I would also like to note here that this is the first time a delegation from Ghana is participating in a NATO PA seminar. Our ambition is to broaden our partnerships and exchanges across the Middle East and parts of Africa. And we are delighted to have the delegation from Ghana with us here in Rome for this seminar. Finally, let me express my gratitude to all of you, parliamentarians, speakers, experts, representatives of the diplomatic community, and the press, for taking your time from your busy schedules to be here today. I welcome all you to this beautiful chamber, and I look forward to the animated discussions for today. Thank you so much. Grazie mille a tutti.
Grazie al Presidente Gutierrez.
Thank you, President Gutierrez. I said so already, but again, I really thank you for being here, for everything you do at the NATO Parliamentary Assembly. Of course, the work you do is extremely important. Vice President is here, and of course, welcome to you as well. We're going to be working together, and I'm sure that tomorrow he'll be able to expose his work to us as well. Now, without further ado, I would like to really start working on the agenda. Let us start working. Let us start with the first session and the first panel. We're going to be addressing some very important issues. NATO and its southern neighborhood is the title of this first panel. So before introducing our first speaker, I'd like to recall what President Guterres said. Welcome. Welcome to this room. Let us stay focused as part of our discussions on the agenda. Let us really work in the spirit of democratic exchanges and respectful exchanges. Now we're going to give the floor to the Admiral Gavo Dragoni, who is the Chief of Defense Staff in Italy, and who will take over as Chairman of the Military Committee at NATO from January 2025. And we wish you all the best, Admiral, of course. Throughout your career, you've commanded naval, land forces, air forces, you've worked with the divers, you've been the head of special operations forces, you have worked at the JFC, and you were chief of naval staff as well. Now, today you're going to talk about NATO's future challenges and threats and about the southern flank. You have the floor. Thank you. My CV was drafted by my mother, I think. It sounded very, very positive. Now, I have a bit of a sore throat, so I apologize for my voice here today. I'd like to thank the NATO Parliamentary Assembly, the representatives of the EU and NATO bodies, members of the research and the academia. Thank you for being here today. The Italian Armed Forces welcome you. I welcome you on their behalf, of course. I would also like to thank Lorenzo Cesa, who has invited me to come and speak to you and take part in this very high-level meeting that brings together some amazing experts, experts on the various complex threats that we have to face. Now, I would like to share a few thoughts with you this morning and tell you a little bit what the strategic and military point of view on the various challenges is here in Italy. Now, Europe, Northern Europe, Southern Europe have to face a various number of challenges that we're having to face. Russia's aggression against Ukraine, the emerging conflict between Israel and Palestine, the reemergence of international terrorism, and the destabilizing of weak balances, of course, means that we are faced with challenges, threats that are more complex than those that we've had to deal with since the end of the Cold War. Now, the worldwide security situation is worsened by the use of hybrid tactics and disinformation campaigns that are promoted by our adversaries such as Russia, but also by China and Iran, which all lead to endemic instability and which really base themselves on existing instability, on different challenges, migration flows, demographic issues. All of this threatens our security, but also our economy.
Io osservo quindi due diverse tipologie di attività.
Therefore, I see two kinds of hostile activity, and they are often associated to one another and cross-cutting. And they also reflect the security interests of the alliance as a whole. The first one of these threats, which is obvious and conventional, and it's the conflicts going on the eastern flank and in the MENA. The second threat, which is more hybrid, more widespread, it's the manifestation of a hyper competition between great powers. And the conflicts we see on the ground are very different now from a military standpoint. We see that there are new technologies, there are new capabilities that allow us to function not only in the traditional areas, in land, air, and the Navy, but also in the cybernetic, on the water area. And therefore now military operations are also in, and conflicts also have an impact on the lives of civilians. Moreover, we see that the hybrid IT technologies are more and more sophisticated. Also, some of our adversaries are invoking the nuclear aspect. And everything we see now is testing the deterrence capabilities of NATO. We also see more sophisticated forms of aggression, and this threatens not only the internal cohesion of member states, but also the cohesion of the alliance itself. Security threats to Europe are interconnected directly and indirectly. They are interconnected to what we see between Moscow and Kiev, and with what we have in the southern neighborhood. We see that there are more and more crises from the Mediterranean to the Sahel to the Indo-Pacific, including MENA and the Red Sea. So we are in this context of hyper-competition, which is becoming even more dangerous. And in the African continent, we see that Russia and China, in a coordinated way and in an anti-Western view, are threatening these areas via hybrid activities, via private company and disinformation campaigns. Our competitors are also in Guinea, in Gabon, in Burkina Faso. And what we see there is a concrete example of trying to take away the Western influence, and they are trying to undermine the cohesion of the liberal world as well, and they are trying to feed into crisis as well, and the impacts are greater and greater. In addition to the threats we see at sea, there is also the underwater dimension. The operations are often covert and clandestine and have an impact on the critical infrastructures. This constant destabilization of the southern flank, which is a way to undermine us, and this is coupled with security threats that we see on the eastern flank as well. And this is why I believe that strengthening the military position in Eastern Europe in response of the Russian aggression against Ukraine must not lead us to forget about the challenges that we see in the southern region. And it's with this in view that the Italian defense is committed at the bilateral level, at the multilateral level, and with international organizations on the southern flank. The alliance now recognizes that the dynamics on the southern flank, that the asymmetrical and hybrid challenges can have an important impact for the security of the European continent. For now, the alliance is not fully committed towards the south. There are a number of activities, of course, but it's still minor, and I'm expecting the Washington summit with a lot of hope. I know that I hope that this critical area will be fully taken into account and will lead to measures from the alliance. When it comes to the southern flank, there are different priorities within NATO, even though the NATO strategic concept has confirmed the complementarity on the same level of the core tasks. And our security along the eastern flank is linked to that of the southern flank and what we see in the Mediterranean region, where we need to do more. And in this context, I see how we have to renew our efforts and relaunch the NATO partnership with the southern countries. We need to strengthen our political and our cooperation dialogue on the basis of inclusivity, and we need to rely on a better understanding of requirements and the perceptions of our partner countries. We need to specifically focus, I believe, on the MENA and Sahel regions. This is why our Euro-Atlantic system needs to be more aware of social, cultural, economic, and religious dynamics in this area, so that we can adapt ourselves to these new regional and political dynamics. As for the southern hub, also plays a crucial role in this respect, one that needs to be highlighted, I believe. So there are many security implications in this area, and therefore we need to build synergies not only amongst allied countries, but also with other international organizations such as the EU and the UN. Once again, we need to find synergies between our various initiatives in order to have a response strategy in the broader Mediterranean region. I believe that a deepened interaction and cooperation with the EU, who is involved in many initiatives in the south, would be a way for us to dissipate maybe the mistrust that there is from the south towards the alliance. These other institutions, I believe, are fundamental partners, and they have the ability and the instruments that would be complementary to ours, and that the specificities of these institutions, I think, could be a great complementary tool to what we do on both the eastern flank and the southern flank. This very complex threat landscape, the armed conflicts, the employment of hybrid strategies, means that members of the alliance and members of the EU have to transform and commit their military instruments of power. As part of this, we must maintain a technological edge over our adversaries. And we have seen that there are new technologies that have been tested in new domains. In the cyber and space domain, we have to invest in better protecting underwater infrastructures, and we have to better invest also to counter this cognitive threat. We need to, or rather, I also see that the war apparatus needs to be sustainable. We need to better collaborate, including with the defense industry. We need to invest in research and development, in production, in supply, in sustainability, and so on. The fastest learner is the one who will have the upper hand in this new world. This is why we have to invest in education, not only for the sake of competition, but also for resilience. This is why we need to collaborate with research centers, universities, the industry, in order to have technological deterrence and neutralize the threats before they materialize. In conclusion, we need to be able to face the 21st century's stakes. It's a symmetrical and asymmetrical world, added to which we have the hybrid element. We also need to change our mindset. We need to adapt NATO's position and the military capabilities of its states. But we also need to be collegial in the way we cooperate. We need to gain the trust again of a bigger number of countries, especially in the south, in order to counter the discourse of our adversaries and in order to find synergies amongst each other. Our alliance must stay vigilant, flexible. There can't be a separation between the security on the eastern flank and the southern flank. We must also overcome our various misperceptions when it comes to the Atlantic Pact at times. There is indeed an attention deficit on our part towards the MENA and the southern region. The security challenges of Europe at the time are an absolute priority, not only for the security of the alliance, it's important for the democratic world, which is at the basis of our culture and of our way of life. Thank you very much.
Grazie all'ammiraglio per le sue.
Thank you, Admiral. thank you for this, these thoughts, which were extremely valuable. Not only did you say a few words about today's topic, you also said many things about all the challenges that NATO threats. You spoke about the Indo-Pacific. There are a huge number of threats of different nature. Therefore, thank you very much, Admiral. And I seize this opportunity to wish you the best in your next mandate, a very important mandate for NATO, which is very important for NATO, but also for us Italians. Someone like you, as chairman of the military committee, is going to be very important. Therefore, all the best in that next role. Now we will be hearing a video message of the Brigadier General Alessio Nardi, member of the group of experts on NATO's relationship with the southern neighborhood. He was nominated by Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg. He's advisor to the defense minister and has a very long experience. He headed the fight against fraud. He also worked at the EU. He was also deputy head for the EU DG of the neighborhood, and also worked on cybernetic security and ties with the armed forces. So now I will give him the floor. I regret not being able to take part in this seminar, the GSM seminar, and I seize this opportunity to say thank you to the President and to Lorenzo Cesa, head of the Italian delegation, for the invitation. I would like to speak about the review that is going on at NATO concerning its southern flank in order to improve its efficiency vis-à-vis this region. The stability of the Euro-Atlantic area, this will be of no surprise to anyone, depends on what happens also in the southern neighborhood of NATO. And this region is linked to also what happens on its eastern flank. At the last Vilnius summit, the Secretary General was tasked to launch a reflection on existing threats and was tasked to identify the best opportunities to leverage with partner countries. There will be deliverables for the Washington summit, and a group of 11 experts was created. They come from 11 allied countries, and their task was to find and elaborate practical recommendations for the alliance. And I had the honor to be chosen to represent my country with countries such as Portugal, the UK, France, the US, Poland, Denmark, and so on. The involvement of all countries who are on the southern flank is, of course, crucial. And here I have the pleasure to share some of the measures and some of the activities we've carried out in order to draft these 114 recommendations. First, we needed to define the southern flank. So we've decided to say that it went from the North African region to the Sahel to the GCC rather. This is the southern flank that we have identified and which is not the global south. But before I say a few words about the final report, I would like to share a bit of food for thought with you. How did we try to define the limits of the region, and what is it characterized by? First, there are similar threats between the southern flank and the eastern flank, and here I'm thinking of Russian interference, which is jeopardizing as well the Euro-Atlantic security. There's also the movement that is led by Iran and which is disrupting maritime security. And I would also like to think of the Sahel region to the Red Sea. To that, we have to add the Chinese political agenda, which in its program plans to control the harbors that are on the border of the Mediterranean. Our expert group, together with Jens Stoltenberg, will present tomorrow the report to all partner countries. And in April, the report was also discussed with the partner countries. Our partners were invited to attend a reading of this report, but they were also invited to share their thoughts. It's important to listen and to cooperate. And I saw in your program that just after me, we will be able to hear the DSG for Political Affairs and Security Policy. And he will speak of future threats and opportunities for engagement and NATO's approach to the Southern Neighborhood. And I believe that senior representatives of NATO are doing exactly what is right. And I think political dialogue here is crucial. Political dialogue is crucial if we want to have good neighborhood relationships. So we've listened to our partner countries. We've asked them for their opinion as to what we do in the alliance vis-à-vis these countries, and their answer was unanimous and highlighted that there was a lack of constructive policy within NATO. They said that there was insufficient dialogue and high-level interaction with them and NATO. Moreover, they said that there weren't enough invitations sent to the high-level representatives of their countries. They also stated that there weren't enough initiatives that were taken for the countries of the Mediterranean dialogue and of the Istanbul initiative.
NATO cooperation. The various tools which could help us to better cooperate. Different initiatives also that have not yet been launched. For instance, the liaison officers, some are missing. Defense capacity building initiatives, they haven't really got off the ground. And there is an almost total absence of human and financial resources put at the disposal of the ICI Regional Centre of Excellence. And regarding our cooperation with our neighbors, there are no resources to fight against disinformation. It is important for us to work on all lines of efforts, including the political line of effort. This hasn't yet taken place. And so, almost by means of a conclusion, we have to note that we have promised a lot, but we haven't yet carried through our promises. We must really act in accordance with our commitments. For instance, in Washington, we must come with very clear ideas in proposals about revitalizing the cooperation with the southern flank. We cannot make the two flanks, the north and south, deal with them separately. Many thanks for your attention. Many thanks to General Nardi. And he has highlighted many issues which must interest us today and tomorrow. we have to make sure that we better spend our resources. I would like now give the floor to the last speaker for this session, and it's Javier Colomina. He is ASG for Political Affairs and Security Policy, PASP in NATO. He is the Secretary General's special representative in Central Asia and the Caucasus. And he's going to speak about NATO's policies in the southern neighborhood, the threats and the opportunities. Many thanks, Mr. Colomina, for being with us. You are a career diplomat. He started at the head of the Special Office for European Affairs at the Spanish Foreign Affairs Ministry. He's also been in different diplomatic representations in the US, Syria, Argentina, and Japan. He was also a counselor for multilateral affairs to various ambassadors, and he is now at NATO. Many thanks, Colomina. Over to you.
Grazie mille. And good morning, and thanks to you, Mr. Cesa, and to our NATO Parliamentary Assembly colleagues for the opportunity to be part of this panel. Thank you also to my distinguished co-panelists, in particular Admiral Cavo Dragone, for his insightful remarks. I'm delighted to be here today to discuss NATO's approach to the southern neighborhood. This GSM seminar could not be more timely or relevant in light of both recent developments in the region and the ongoing reflection process that NATO is currently undertaking on this subject. As you know, at the Vilnius summit in July 2023, NATO heads of state and government decided to launch a comprehensive and deep reflection on existing and emerging threats, challenges and opportunities emanating from the south. At that time, the Madrid Strategic Concept and the Vilnius Summit communiqué already recognized the need to keep a 360-degree approach and the growing challenges of an increasingly complex situation in NATO's southern flank, and identified a series of interconnected security, demographic, economic, and political challenges exacerbated by what we call threat multipliers, such as climate change and food insecurity. The past few months have only highlighted these dynamics even more clearly, with the continuation of Russia's war of aggression in Ukraine and the conflict ongoing in the Middle East. At the same time, Russia has continued its efforts to increase its foothold in the region, including by exploiting current developments to amplify grievances between the West and the Arab world and in Africa. China has also increased diplomatic, economic, and political engagement with the region, and most recently, Iran's destabilizing impact across the region has become more concerning than ever, with far-reaching implications for the security of NATO allies and partners. Iran's ongoing military cooperation with Russia, supporting its war effort in Ukraine, is of particular concern to us. On the other hand, the South is also an area of opportunities, with a growing demand for engagement and cooperation in several areas of mutual interest. In a world of geostrategic competition, we need to work more and better with our southern partners, be it in the Mediterranean, in the Gulf, and the Sahel, and with relevant countries and actors in the region. Our leaders' tasking, adopted in Vilnius to launch a deep reflection process, stems from this context and from the conviction that our partnerships in the region should be able to adapt to the challenges of our time and continue to address both allies and our partners' concerns. And in the months that have passed since then, we've taken a deep dive into these long-standing and new threats and challenges, their implications for NATO, and how they weigh against existing opportunities for the alliance and in the broader region. This reflection has taken place externally by the independent group of experts appointed by the Secretary General, and we heard already General Nardi on the explanations on the report made by the independent experts, but also internally as we developed a program of work on the South for allies with a series of discussions taking place in committees between October 2023 and April 2024. These parallel but complementary strands of work have now come to a close as the experts delivered the report to the Secretary General last March and our committee's work ended in April. As a result, we are already drafting a report on NATO's approach to the southern neighborhood, also informed by the feedback provided by our partners in the region and by allies, most recently at the April meeting of foreign ministers. Allies will soon start negotiations on the content of this report, which will be endorsed by our NATO heads of state and government at the Washington summit in July. Although we are still at the core of the reflection process and nothing has been made public, the experts group's report, which is an independent effort, will be published this week, as General Nadi just said. I can already outline some key takeaways. First, NATO must listen harder, better and more actively to our partners. We should enhance our political dialogue, both with our southern partners and with other relevant interlocutors in the region. Second, and in the same vein, NATO would benefit from increased presence, proximity and visibility across the southern neighborhood, including through participation in relevant regional initiatives and international fora. Third, in terms of practical cooperation and capacity building, we must ensure that we deliver on existing commitments made by to our southern partners and tailoring our offer to address partners' main security concerns, including counterterrorism, maritime security and climate change. Fourth, NATO must better leverage existing tools and entities, such as the Hub for the South that was previously mentioned, particularly by the Admiral, the NATO ICI Regional Center, the NATO Defense College that is sitting here in Rome, the NATO schools, the Centers of Excellence and the PTECs. 5, NATO should take a more proactive approach in the context of the battle of narratives in the South by strengthening outreach to the region and working to counter foreign information manipulation and interference. And 6, and finally, it will be important for NATO to deepen synergies and increase cooperation with other international and regional organizations, including the European Union, the UN, the African Union, the GCC, and the League of Arab States. These key takeaways only broadly outline the current direction of the ongoing reflection process. Specific recommendations will likely address how to strengthen NATO's work with southern partners in priorities areas of cooperation, such as counterterrorism, maritime security, resilience, women, peace and security, or climate change, drawing from the feedback of the independent expert groups, allies and partners consultations. But also the report will surely make recommendations on how to make our internal structures and our strands of work better fit for the new realities. Thanks very much, and I remain at your disposal for questions and comments. Thank you.
Grazie dottor Colomina. Io aprirei il dibattito.
Many thanks to Mr. Colomina. I see our Finnish colleague wants the floor, and then Teo wants the floor. I'm listening.
Okay, yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for the excellent presentations. I'm Mikko Savola from the Finnish delegation. Mr. Cavo-Dragone talked about the hybrid threats and the challenges what you have here in the southern border now and in the future. And up there north in Finland we have a challenge with the instrumentalization of migration. As you know, Finland has the longest border between Russia, 1,340 kilometers, and now we are facing that challenge over there, that the Russians are using the instrumentalization of the migration, pushing the migrants to the Finland, and the border has been closed now for 4 months in the Finland between the Russia. But my question to you is that what kind of influence can be seen here in the southern border of the NATO, of that kind of challenges of the instrumentalization of the migration? Thank you.
Okay, I'll try. Former example of strumentalization or bene. Una precedente forma di strumentalizzazione.
Yes, certainly. We have seen the militarization of migrations. We saw it in the Belarusian case on the Belarusian-Polish border. And yes, we can see that this can become a major factor and is becoming a major factor on our southern flank. We have seen various different examples of this. We've seen different initiatives and indirect actions undertaken by militias, by sovereign states even. And what have they done? Well, they have occupied the area left by Western states in Burkina Faso and Mali in Western Africa. They have filled the gap. And this substitution that we have seen has been took place almost immediately on our departure, the day after almost. And we can see that these new phenomena mean that the zones are no longer under Western influence, and we can see this militarization of migration taking place. We've got two main corridors, if you will, the Gulf of Guinea, so on one side, and the Horn of Africa on the other side, coming through Niger, and they go into Libya over the border. And so this has become a very powerful weapon exerting pressure on our southern borders. And I think what we can see is that very soon, at least, there is going to be the same phenomenon which will take place. Russia is going to do the same thing in the south as is happening on the Finnish borders. This will certainly have a very drastic impact if we don't manage to manage these migratory flows in the countries of origin before they even leave the North African coast. I hope I've answered your question. Okay.
Sì, grazie. Sì, ha chiesto di intervenire.
We have the Vice President of the North Atlantic, of the NPA, Theo Franken, who would like to take the floor.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for your interesting speeches and your keynotes. I have three questions. First of all, I'm very happy, Javier Colomina, that we're talking about a relationship with the Northern African countries and the Sahel based on respect and equality. I think it's a very, very good thing. I think we need to listen better, as you said. It's one of the conclusions. One of the questions I have, I think the conclusions of the expert group, and with NATO PA we also worked. We had 2 interventions with Fernando with the group. The report is coming this week. We didn't see it, but you gave us a bit like the points, the conclusions. That's very good. But I'm missing one thing. It's about illegal migration. We're 1 month to European elections. I think the European elections will give a win for the right and extremist and extreme right parties. That's what I think. In my country, it's very clear that it will be the case. And it is one of the reasons is illegal migration. It's not the only reason. There's a lot of reasons, but illegal migration, it is an issue in whole Europe, in Western Europe particularly. So my question is, what will be the stance of NATO towards that point? Second, to the Admiral, thank you very much to have your keynote. last year we visited with NATO PA Australia. They had a lot of problems with illegal migration 20 years ago. And he made an Australian approach. You will not make Australia home. It was a defense approach. It was military. We had talks with the admiral from Australian military who made the Australian approach reality. And they said, you cannot come on an illegal basis through the sea. You cannot come to Australia on an illegal way. You can come on a legal way, controlled, with rules that we make. My question to you is, I know that your government has a priority, Governor Maloney made a priority of the struggle against illegal migration on the Mediterranean. First of all, what is the result for the moment? Is it going down, the arrivals on Lampedusa and Pantelleria and other islands? And second, do you think it's possible to make a military operation by Italian or NATO maritime forces to do the same as Australia did 20 years ago when they were tackling this problem? So you will not make Europe home. We are going to push the boats back with agreements with North African countries, of course, and with our partner friends from Turkey, as we did with the EU-Turkey deal. I was one of the guys who was working on that 10 years ago. And then I have one question for you, my chair, Mr. Chair. It's about Iran. There's a lot of discussion on the Palestinian question, and you cannot talk about Hamas and without talking about the evil role of Iran and IRGC. So my question is, there is a lot of discussion about putting the IRGC, the Guard Corps, Iranian Revolution, of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, on the terror list of the European Union. What is the position of the Italian Parliament and Italian government? Will Italy support tackling IRGC as a terrorist organization and put it on the European terror list? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Yes, I completely agree that our relationship with our partners should be, as you said, one based on a two-way street relationship. That's a conviction that we have. It wasn't always like that, but it is in the last years, and we have come to the conclusion that we need to work better and more with our partners. So that is a fundamental point of what we're doing now and what we've been doing in the last years. On the illegal migration, on migration in general, there is a recognition of the challenge that we know. Then it is actually for our allies to decide if NATO should be the organization taking that responsibility over. It is basically for you guys as parliamentarians to influence in your governments and your governments to come to my negotiations in NATO and decide if that is actually something that should be the role of NATO in general, but that is my personal impression. It has been more of an EU thing to work on migration issues. That doesn't mean that NATO doesn't have the capabilities to do lots of things on migration, such as the ones you mentioned, and I'm sure the Admiral will come into those. But that is always referred to the political will of the alliance to do this or to do that. In my view, from the process that we are now engaged, I'll be chairing the negotiations for the decisions that will be taking place in Washington, but those decisions at the end I chair, but it's the allies that take those decisions. I don't think we will see a drastic change in that responsibility regarding migration. I believe that NATO will be taking probably ambitious decisions on many things, on training, on defense capabilities, on probably some kind of presence in the region, more political engagements, changes in our own structure to have a better structure to deal with those challenges. But in my impression from how I see allies moving on these things, I think it would be probably left to bilateral efforts and to the European Union at the end of the day. But of course, as I said, it remains to be seen. Thanks.
Eccomi, dunque non so se avete avuto occasione.
Yes, I don't know if you've had an opportunity to listen to the speech given by the Chief of Defence Staff in Australia, Mr. Campbell. In Australia, you have to know that they have a very strong migration policy, if you like. As far as I know, in Australia, the situation is a little bit different. So they really push back migration. That is their choice. Different states take different decisions in these matters. And of course, the EU has its own approach. The European Union makes sure that we comply with international law, international legislation. I think that the decisions taken by the various governments will lead to results in the medium term. Migration seems to be slowing down currently, and policies are being worked on at the moment, and that should weaken the trend further. Now, I'll give you my personal opinion. Personally, I think that there are really two types of trend. The Navy saves, of course, anyone who is in trouble at sea, whatever their identity, whatever their passport. But again, there are two types, I think, of issues, two types of migrants. You have refugees who face threats in their country of origins, and migrants. Of course, migration is something very close to our heart. A lot of Italians went to America. But migratory flows were controlled then, so why wouldn't be the same now and here? But this is a very personal opinion I'm sharing with you right now. Now, you mentioned a military operation. We tend to then end up talking about sort of a naval intervention. That would be equivalent to sort of a warlike effort against a given country of origin of these migrants. And I think that would be a little bit excessive at this stage. And it's not part of Italy's DNA to not rescue people at sea. That's not how we work. There are other ways, I think, to buck the trend. I hope I answered your question. Thank you, Theo. I would also like to answer your question on the Italian government's position. The Italian government has a very clear position when it comes to migratory flows. The Mattei plan has been launched, and it's a plan that involves very concrete measures to support African countries and littoral states. And there you go. So that we really focus on those countries of origin. The King of Jordan came to Italy recently as well. So it's a matter that was mentioned. Now, you mentioned Iran. Our position is very clear. We strongly condemn the position Iran has taken vis-à-vis Ukraine, and vis-à-vis what is happening in the Middle East right now. I would like to highlight that Italy has taken over a very important activity recently. So we contribute to political work, but also very concrete measures to help countries in Northern Africa and in Africa, generally speaking. Admiral Dragone mentioned migratory flows as well, and he said how we could deal with them. And I would add to that, speaking, of course, is not enough. I used to be an MEP. We've launched the Juncker plan, which envisaged 50 billion euros to help Africa for activities in Africa. So that's something we did a couple of years ago, but there has been no follow-up. Had there been a follow-up, I think we could have stopped these migratory flows. But Admiral would like to take the floor again. Yes, I wanted to say that, again, I'm speaking on my own behalf. When there was this peak in migration, our country, Italy, was sort of left aside by other European countries. Things have changed now. EU member states, I think, have become very much aware of the problem and they try to act with us. Thank you.
Intervenire, di fare una domanda a Ahmed Dalawi
Ahmed Alawi from the Iraqi delegation wanted to take the floor. Thank you for being here, by the way. We have a very strong Iraqi delegation and we're very, very happy to welcome you here today.
بداية أنتهز هذه الفرصة باسمي ونيابة عن وفد مجلس النواب العراقي
Thank you very much. Can you hear the interpretation?
Proviamo.
So interpretation is on channel 1 for Italian, 3 for French, 2 for English.
Canale 1, Ok. Prego.
السلام عليكم جميعا. بداية أنتهز هذه الفرصة.
Good morning. First and foremost, I would like to thank you on behalf of the Iraqi delegation. Mr. Cheza, thank you very much. We'd also like to thank the GSM. Thank you for welcoming us here today. The working on the Mediterranean region is really important, and we were very impressed by the work done by your colleagues. You're extremely professional. We were also very impressed by the topics that you're raising and that you decided to put on the agenda today. These are issues that really allow us to address the various challenges our countries are having to face. We know that there are geostrategic implications to all of these challenges, and we know that the decisions taken today will have geostrategic implications. Now, the MENA region is quite unstable. I think we all know that. And we all know that the current situation is particularly complex. The conflict between Russia and Ukraine has geopolitical regions in the Mediterranean region and in the Middle East at large. We also assess that the situation in the Middle East is very difficult as well. In the Mediterranean region, of course, there's the conflict, the situation in Gaza. This, in turn, will also lead to considerable migratory flows, and that's something we have to address today. Now, today, we have our friends from NATO in the room, and so it's a great opportunity to discuss these matters. I think it's really important to listen to the Middle East today and to listen to the region. We will have an opportunity to listen to many experts and speakers coming from different countries and regions today, and that is a great opportunity because it will allow us to together talk about this new situation and take decisions for our region to help our people and save them if need be.
Io farei fare un'altra domanda, poi rispondiamo, magari.
Yes, and I'd like to allow someone else to take the floor. I will give the floor to the head of the Danish delegation now for a question.
Grazie, buongiorno a tutti. Francamente, quando vengo...
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I have to say that whenever I come to Italy, I'm not sure whether I should speak English or Italian. So out of respect for the Italian delegation, I'll be speaking Italian today. I've listened to Theo just now, and it seems that he anticipated what I was going today to say. Usually we don't agree that much, but there you go. I have a question I wanted to ask, though, myself. The migrant matter will always be an issue. It's a problem that has always been around and that will be around as long as there's a promised land, if you like. There will be refugees and migrants. The issue, I think, is as follows, though. How are we, as members of NATO, going to be able to work with the governments of Northern African states with governments in Africa, generally speaking, and in the Middle East? How can we talk with them and store real dialogue with them to make sure that there can be real strong democracies in the countries of origin? How can we make sure that we can coexist, that we can really cooperate with these governments? After all, if their borders are safer, ours will be safer. And if I may, I want to raise the issue of trafficking. People's problems are being taken advantage of by these traffickers, and I would like to welcome what the Italian government is currently doing, together with Prime Minister Meloni, because the Italian government is trying to have closer relationships with the countries of origin. Now, it is true. I think that this is an issue that is more of an EU question than a NATO question. That being said, if you look at the way in which the EU has managed the phenomenon so far, or how it has managed it recently, well, I don't think that has been a great example. And the Admiral said it very clearly. Italy has been someone left aside at times. Mediterranean littoral states such as France, Spain, Italy, even Greece, Turkey. These countries were sort of, yes, left to deal with the issue all by themselves at times. So sharing that burden is important. It's not a problem one can manage on one's own. And I think that really is something we'll have to discuss during this seminar. It's a very serious issue, and it has to be talked about by allies and governments. Again, it's a very serious issue. And so I really think we have to base our cooperation on trust. Trust is key. Without trust, there can be no progress. Of course, I come from a country that is close to the Adriatic Sea. But migrants come through our territory as well. In Albania, there are countries, there are refugees or migrants coming from Afghanistan as well. Now, I say Afghanistan, but I could say Syria as well, of course. So I think our problem is to understand who is a refugee and who is not. Some people have been refugees all their lives. You have generations of refugees, actually. People who are born refugee and die refugee. I do think that this is an issue that could be tackled by NATO. Of course, always in the context of security and defense. But given what is happening in the Middle East and beyond, I do think it is important. And I would conclude by saying that matters that are relevant for the South and matters that are relevant for the North of Europe, of course, are relevant for everyone because they're always linked to security and defense and the future. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mimi. I would now like to give the floor to Alec Baldwin, from the United Kingdom. Then we'll listen to answers and have a second round of questions. But please be a little bit concise in asking your questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you to our speakers this morning who have all been absolutely fascinating on this important topic. Thank you to our Italian hosts for organising this. My question was perhaps a little bit more detail on the NATO assessment of the situation in Libya. the word Libya only came up once in this morning's presentation, but obviously very important part of NATO's southern flank. And in terms of the assessment from Mr. Colomina of a country where NATO intervened back in 2011, and what the situation is now politically, and what we should be urging our own national governments to do in terms of relations with Libya specifically.
Grazie, io darei la parola allora
Thank you. I'll give the floor now to the Admiral Cabo Dragone.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Just one comment on the migration. As I said, we do what is decided by actually you guys. So it is not that I don't think that NATO is not capable to deal with migration. NATO is capable to deal with everything, honestly. We just deal in different areas with different problems as much as our allies want us to deal with those problems. But at the end, the definition of what we are capable of doing is what we actually do in the Euro-Atlantic area, where we do everything that is related with defense and security. When it comes to the south, when it comes to other areas where we have partners, it is always a different decision. You need to have political will to take some decisions on different challenges. A few years ago, we didn't even talk about migration. It was absolutely considered sort of out of the NATO table. It was a thing to be dealt by allies bilaterally or through the European Union means. Of course, we have capabilities that could be deployed, maritime capabilities, ground capabilities, all of them, I would agree with you, absolutely based on trust. And that's why what we are trying to do when we do political dialogue with our partners, when we invite them to Brussels, when I travel very often to these countries and I talked with them, it is that when we try to help them, border security, migration, you name it. But at the end of the day, it is a decision taken by the allies if we want really to use our quite impressive capabilities in that area, or we want to use them in different areas of what we do. On Libya. Libya is of course a very, very important country in the region. The instability that is created from the instability in Libya in the region is affecting many of our partners there. The thing is that, as I said, NATO is an intergovernmental organization. There's no right now consensus on dealing with the Libyan problems directly because there is no clarity in the political situation in the country. There is actually a defense assistance package prepared already for 5 or 6 years that we couldn't deploy because of the problems, internal problems of Libya in defining their own authorities and to have a proper interlocutor. If you ask me, I'm going to travel to Morocco in a couple of weeks. I've been in Algeria very recently, Egypt as well. Libya is a major part of how we see the instability in the region. But then, as I said, you need to have a consensual approach on how we deal with a country that we all recognize represents a major piece of the instability we see in the region and for the Mediterranean and for the Atlantic area.
Let me just add something from the military point of view on Libya. We have been there since, as far as I remember, 2016, right after, I mean, when the Misurata militia were attacking and sieging the town of, well, they were fighting against Daesh, by the way. So we had them out with military aid, with the field hospital. What we witnesses over there is that recently, talking with the two Chads from the Tripolitania and Chad from Cyrenaica. From the military point of view, there is a pretty good will to get everything settled down, to get together and try to unify the two armies. As a matter of fact, we are training them in some cases together. This will is not so strong on the political point of view. The feeling we have being there is that the power they achieved with local militia, they don't want to give up. They don't want to give up it toward a more higher sense of their state, of they're willing to run the country together. It is paramount for us, for Italy, that area. We are working very nicely and side by side with our Turkey ally who are there, and things has been done, but honestly much more on the military side than on the political side. That's our feeling being there.
Grazie, ma volevo solo due parole perché...
Thank you. I just wanted to say a few words. Indeed, our Iraqi colleagues intervened on the Israel-Palestine conflict, and we very much hope that all the work that is ongoing in Cairo will be fruitful. However, the precondition is the liberation of the hostages. If they are not freed, if they are not liberated, then it will be very difficult to find a solution. And at the international level, and in many countries, of which many are part of NATO, we see that everyone is pushing to have a peaceful solution, or at least a ceasefire. And now I give the floor to the Admiral. So I find that we mustn't forget the north of Israel and the southern border of Lebanon, which is a very risky area at the moment. Israel is not ready to accept what it accepted before, since October 7th, and we can understand their motivations. There are 85,000 inhabitants of the bordering towns with Israel, which were evacuated to the south of Lebanon, and they were sent to safe areas. They have been evacuated because Resolution 1701 at the moment is not being upheld. What the international community should do, and Italy is leading this through an activity that is being sponsored by the Ministry of Defense. We are also speaking with the charge of France, Germany and others. So what we are trying to do is to uphold Resolution 1701. This area is very volatile and could explode just like it did in Gaza. So what we would like to do, we are here on the front line, is to cool down the situation in South Lebanon, in Lebanon, in order to avoid an escalation and the kinetic effects that we are seeing now in Gaza. The danger is here. It's very concrete, and unless we create acceptable conditions for both parties, then we will not be able to cool down the situation. So there are 4 people who want to take the floor. I will start by giving the floor to Fernando Gutierrez.
Mr. President, well, I would like to make a question, and thank you the 2 briefers, or the 2 speakers for the wonderful presentations, and the third one on the screen we received recently. And I would like to ask a question about an internal challenge, which starts by a C, which is cohesion. We have been discussing now about the irregular migration. We have different approaches to the Ukrainian war, depending on the different countries and different allies, different perceptions from Russian threat. And we have a third challenge that I would like to know by Mr. Colomina if it's a matter of concern and priority of analysis in the General Secretariat, which is the Triple C that was established in Wales in 2014 about the 2%, the famous 2%. That was cash, capabilities and commitment. In recent debates and analysis and discussions in the North Atlantic Council, the two last Cs, capabilities and commitment, have been forgotten because we are concentrated in the 2%. There's nothing else than the 2%, and the NATO allies are divided between those who are above the 2%, about around 19, I think, and those who are below, around 13. There is a huge emphasis on that matter, and in my opinion, it's coming to a lack of cohesion in addition to the others, the solidarity between North and South, East and West in relation with migration, and also in relation with the Ukrainian war, depending on the war fatigue from different countries or the approach to Russia influence also from different countries of the alliance. It's a matter of concern in the General Secretary, the cohesion, and is there anything to be presented for the future? Thank you.
Io farei fare a tutti, no? Chiuderei questo blocco di domande perché altrimenti poi non ce la facciamo più col tempo e avremo qua.
I would like to close this cycle of questions, otherwise we'll go over the allocated time, and we have the Defense Minister who will be arriving at 11:30, so we have to make sure we keep to the time. I would like to give the floor to Mikael from Georgia. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for hosting this very important event. I will try to make it very brief, and my question goes to both speakers. It was touched the issue of the Black Sea region security, which is, of course, an issue of concern due to the Russian aggression against Ukraine. What will be, in your opinion, the impact of the Black Sea region security to the MENA region? And what are the steps NATO is just planning to make in this direction, as well as we know that tomorrow in the morning sessions, the food security issue will be discussed as one of key topics. However, grain provision issue was also touched during your presentations, and we very well remember the last year challenges the whole world was facing with the grain issue from Ukraine, just and the transportation. So what will be also the impact of this issue with the MENA region again? Thank you.
Grazie. Darei la parola a Georgios, a Mohamed Amroun della.
Thank you. I'd like to give the floor to Mohamed Alhoun from Algeria. Thank you for being here.
شكرا. عن الوفد الجزائري في الحقيقة نشكر السيد.
Thank you. I will be speaking on behalf of the Algerian delegation. I would like to thank Lorenzo Cesa for having very well moderated this session.
استمعت باهتمام إلى مداخلة السيدين حول.
I've been very attentively listening to the different interventions on the southern neighborhood. Indeed, the situation in Sahel is extremely worrying, not only for Europe, but also for us in Algeria. Indeed, we share 2,700 kilometers of borders with Sahel countries. We see organized crime over this border, terrorist movement, there's political vulnerability and fragility, and we also observe foreign interventions, high-scale foreign intervention. I have 3 points for the speakers. First, we noticed that all security and political approaches have been unsuccessful, and I think we all agree on this. Today we need a new approach to security in Sahel. As a southern country, we refuse to be seen by the northern countries as a theater for foreign influence. But we have our interests, we have our priorities, and we share common threats with our northern partners, of course. Therefore, I agree, we must listen, but we must also share our experiences. We have very good best practice when it comes to counterterrorism, when it comes to development in Sahel, crisis management. Just to give you an example, Algeria carried out 1/3 of peace initiatives in Mali since the 1970s. Once again, I agree, we must listen to one another, but we must also share our best practices. And in Algeria, there are great experiences that we could share with you. And as a foreign policy, international relations professor myself, I can tell you that when it comes to peace and security, there's no master and there's no student, or there's no teacher and there's no student. There's just a collective work that we have to do in order to carry out our common goals. Secondly, when it comes to NATO's approach, I believe we need a global approach. One based on a good knowledge of the social situation in Sahel. We must also create a real partnership with stakeholders in Sahel. It's not just about having a top-down plan. No, it's about having a real partnership with Sahel countries and northern countries in order to face all challenges in the region. We also are aware that there could be excellent opportunities for the region.
Terzo blocco di domande,
We will now provide answers to these questions, and then there'll be a second round of questions. Javier?
Thank you very much. Just on the first question, I don't think it's stressing the cohesion anymore, the 2%. It was a difficult issue when it was launched in 2014. Today we have 20 countries already over 2%. We have been able to raise $600 billion in the last 10 years. Overall, we have all of us reached the 2% if you put together the 32 countries. Of course, the Poles are investing 3.5 and others are investing 1.3. But at the end of the day, we have a 2%. So I think there is agreement on the fact that the 2% needs to be there, and not just as a ceiling, but as a floor, as it is now after the decision taken in Vilnius. I think we all agree that there is a necessity to invest more money. At the same time, we all agree, and you particularly because you are members of the parliament, that it's difficult to reach that 2% because there are other considerations from internal politics. But it is my duty as a representative of NATO to insist on the fact that we see a necessity, that we believe that there is a priority, not just because we need to help the Ukrainians, which is the first and utmost priority of the organization today, but because we also believe that a good and health security and defense system is at the end of the day the guarantee for prosperity and for stability. So I think we've done actually very good things on that. We have a good story to tell, and we believe we have still some steps to be made. On the second question on Georgia, from our Georgian friend, as Mr. Chesa said, I'm the special representative for the Caucasus and Central Asia, so I travel quite a bit to the region. So the Black Sea is a region of strategic importance for us. It's been always like that, but it was particularly stressed in Madrid when we approved the strategic concept. Since then, we have increased our presence in allies countries in the region. We have increased our presence and work with our partners there. particularly with Georgia. We approved shareholder support measures in Madrid. We have been increasing our cooperation, both political dialogue and practical cooperation. We have increased our awareness on the region. We, of course, recognize the fact that whatever comes from the Black Sea is affecting other regions. The war in Ukraine is actually having global impact because of food security, as you mentioned, and that is why we are continuously working with countries from that region that, as I said, is fundamental for us and for Euro-Atlantic stability. And third, from our Algerian friend, we agree the Sahel is extremely relevant for us. We have one partner in the region, Mauritania, and we are working from there into our approach to the Sahel. Is a step-by-step approach, the one we are taking, one that is very much into regional ownership, very much into our efforts in building trust with our partners. Is not at all something that failed in the past, which will be probably called boots in the ground. Is not at all the approach that we are having on the Sahel. Our approach is more to work with regional authorities, to work with national authorities, and little by little try to tackle those aspects where we believe that NATO is adding value. We know that there are lots of efforts there, bilateral efforts, international efforts, the UN, the European Union, you name it. NATO could do lots of things. I've talked with their own authorities about the things that we could do for Algeria. We cannot do everything. We don't do everything. We just do a bit of things. But I think that from Mauritania, using the G5 that we know is very fragilized today, but I think we should try to strengthen all regional efforts, and G5 will be one of those efforts as well. We should try to work at the end with the governments there to try to create a better cooperation and to help, at the end of the day, countries in the region to face their own problems, and by that, to help the stability of the Mediterranean and the Atlantic area. Thank you.
Non ho molto da aggiungere sui primi due punti, sicuramente sono totalmente d'accordo. Un elemento però più tattico che altro per quanto riguarda la sicurezza del Mar Nero, ci sarà lavoro da fare sulle mine. Dovremo sicuramente organizzarci per fare in modo tale che nel momento in cui, grazie al cielo, scoppierà la pace, ci sia poi da fare un lavoro molto accurato di bonifica del...
At a time when peace comes back, we're going to have to remove minefields. So just to say that I didn't have much to add on the two first points, but regarding mine clearance and security in the Black Sea, we're going to have to make sure that we clear all the mines that have been laid in the Black Sea, laid in the Black Sea after the current war of Russia against Ukraine. It's going to be a very difficult task, but it'll certainly be something that will need to be done once peace is restored. It's going to be, as I said, extremely difficult for participating countries undertaking mine clearance. Now, just wanted to react to what our Algerian colleague said. You spoke about the sensitive aspects of the situation. Well, I think that first and foremost, we need to think of the overall issue of colonization and former colonizing countries. What I mean is that we're going to have to rebuild trust between the former colonist and the former colonized country. And colonization is not over. We can see what's happening in the Sahel and Northern Europe, and Northern Africa rather, and just that the colonists are not the same. It's something that we really do need to bear in mind, because these negative mindsets are still there. and really must be worked against, so that the countries of the region, of the Sahel and North African region, can take their own destinies in hand and work as equals with us. We did make the important mistake of not taking into account the real cultural and political needs of the countries with which we work. We try to export our democracies, our governance models, not the right approach. This must be worked at. We must change direction. We must understand the realities of the situation in the countries with which want partnerships, so we can have a proper partnership and work side by side on the common good and on freeing the countries from what oppresses them. I think that Italy has already started going on along this track with the Mattei plan, and that was really quite a revolutionary approach vis-à-vis the past, what happened and what the West used to do. So our Mattei plans has really changed the way we deal with the Sahel and Northern Africa. And I think it really needs to be recognized that Italy is leading the way in this context. And we hope that this example is going to bring forth positive upshots, not only for us, and rather for the countries concerned, but for the countries offering support. So once again, we need to think of the requirements of those who are asking for our support. We have two final requests. We'll have our Israeli colleague, and we have our Cypriot colleague asking for the floor. Our Israeli colleague, first of all.
I was listening to the discussions, to the speeches this morning, very important, and I must say, first of all, to thank some of the participants, because when you listen to the media, when you turn on television, you might think that during those very tough days, challenging days for Israel, we're alone, which is totally untrue, because many people here understand that if you want peace and stability, you should be on the right side of history. Now, I mention history. Today, you know, today in Israel is the commemoration of the Holocaust, Yom HaShoah. So we're thinking, should we come here today or participate in these ceremonies in Israel? And I said it's important to come because I respect a lot your organization. Your organization is for peace and stability. We are for peace and stability. And in fact, the never again also passes through your platform, sir, and I must say it. But I have a lot of respect to the things were said, and I can be very precise. When Admiral Giuseppe Cavo made his speech, he mentioned the disinformation that is going on nowadays. Unfortunately, our country, Israel, is, how would I say, is one of the victims of this disinformation. And let's talk specific. Let's talk examples that you mentioned, not that I mentioned. You mentioned Lebanon, for example. You recall perfectly well, everybody here recalls perfectly well, that after the Lebanon war, another war we did not want in 2006, there was a Security Council resolution 1701 that you mentioned. Now let's be specific and know this information. When was it respected? It was never respected. Meaning that when it comes to the security of Israel, we would like to trust the world, we would like to trust the international community, we would like to trust resolutions of the UN, but unfortunately when they were not respected, what happened? And this goes to another chapter that we shall deal with it in the afternoon, but I will have to mention it now because you were in a very, how would I say, honest way, not a disinformation. You mentioned Iran. You mentioned Iran as the destabilizing country in our region, and we had to wait for the war between Russia and Ukraine to understand that it's destabilizing not only the region, but the world. And Mr. Cheza, you mentioned things happening in the Middle East, and I thank you for that, but we have to be specific. Houthi in Yemen, Hezbollah in Lebanon, Hamas in Gaza, Jihad Islamic in Gaza. Who is behind it? You don't today, I mean, it's no secret anymore. And if we add the 7th of October, we also had the 13th of April, 1314, where 500 missiles and drones shot against our country. This time we're ready, and fortunately, I mean, we succeeded in stopping them before coming to our territory. And this brings me to a third point, which is very important to all of you here, because you mentioned the two-state solution. But you have to remember one thing, for Iran and for Hamas, creation of Palestine, whether I'm for or against, it's not the point right now. It's not about that. Read the charter of Hamas and you'll understand. Listen to the Iranians, the way they speak. It's not about the creation of Palestine. It's about the destruction of Israel. So as long as you've got entities, countries, UN members that call for the destruction of my country, tell me, how can you have a world with peace and stability? Thank you very much.
Grazie.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you for the floor. We all in this room, we recognize the role of NATO for stability and peace based on Euro-Atlantic values. And Cyprus stands with Israel based on these values in the right side of the history. The current situation is uncertain. And considering this situation, we have to say some truths. Illegal immigration and its instrumentalization as a result of the regional crisis. New threats, also crisis. Hybrid war against countries in the Mediterranean region, destabilizing the region. All this submit for the international community some questions to start constructing a win-win situation between NATO and the region in the Eastern Mediterranean region. How do you think to start new programs and amplify existing programs and partnerships in cooperation with EU to reduce the illegal migration? Note that 6% of the population in Cyprus are people coming through illegal immigration, coming from Lebanon these recent days, also from Turkey. How do you plan to empower the architecture of security and defense in Eastern Mediterranean to combat these threats, the threats of Russia and Iran? And what about increasing the number of hubs in Eastern Mediterranean besides the existing that we have in Mediterranean for enhancing security and defense? How do you evaluate the situation in Eastern Mediterranean as the southeastern border of geographically and geopolitically speaking for the Euro-Atlantic values? And finally, how do you plan to start a dialogue with NATO, with not NATO members in the Mediterranean to manage collectively this threat, cooperating also with the EU to strategically promote security and defense for a stronger strategic balance in the region? Thank you.
Grazie. Con questa domanda.
Many thanks. I think we can now conclude this round of questions. Admiral, you have the floor.
Sì. Mi riferisco a quanto riportato dal collega cipriota.
Yes, I'd like to answer our Cypriot colleague. Of course, I speak as representative for a country in NATO, but I'm not speaking as a chief of defense here. A lot is being done in the Eastern Mediterranean. We have readjusted our defense apparatus in this area. Of course, with the Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine and with the closure of the straits, we see an enlarged presence of the Russian fleet on this side of the straits, and with the Montreux Convention, the straits were closed because of activity, because the Black Sea was seeing combat. So there is a lot of Russian shipping in the Mediterranean, stuck, if you will. And the countries of the Mediterranean are there as well. They have done a remarkable job of work to monitor what's happening and what the Russian fleet is doing in the area, in the Eastern Mediterranean. There's also been passage through the Suez Canal. So the whole place is extremely overloaded, should we say. And now we can see what Iran's trying to do with its presence in the region. So the straits, the Dardanelles, are closed, and Russia wants to be present in the Mediterranean, and it is refueling. And submarines are going left, right, and center as well. And I think that the Western community has been extremely assertive in their responses. There are aircraft carriers deployed in the Eastern Mediterranean, or rather, which make calls in the region. One of them should have gone to the Indo-Pacific, but stayed in the Mediterranean. France is there. So the Mediterranean is and must remain Mare Nostrum. This is something which, for our armed forces and our navies, must remain front and center. And of course, we need to work with partners. We're doing a lot to communicate NATO's doctrine to countries which work with us in exercises, in surveillance missions. And so dialogue with partner countries is going to have to be strengthened. And we must maintain this very active rapport with our neighborhood, with countries which could entertain opening means of access and logistic support to Russia and to proxy countries.
Colomina.
Mr. Colomina.
On the last question, of course, NATO-EU cooperation has been quite successful in the last years, particularly since the start of the war in Ukraine. On your particular question, there is, of course, a relationship between NATO and the European Union. We do have, through that, a cooperation with non-NATO members of the European Union and with non-EU members of NATO. Both sides need to talk. We talk as much as we can. We try to build bridges and cooperate with all partners that are relevant for the security and the stability of the Euro-Atlantic area.
Thank you. I'm just going to make an exception, if I may. And I'm going to ask, I'm going to allow our Turkish friend, head of delegation, to speak. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, first of all, for the hospitality and for giving me the floor. When I asked for the floor, I saw Israeli colleague left the room because he didn't want to hear the fact and the hypocrisy that Israel is presenting today. I am a Turkish politician. As a Turk, we are proud that we saved the lives of Jews around 500 years ago in Spain and Portugal. And during the Holocaust, we saved the lives of many Jews. All the Turkish missions gave the Turkish passport to save the lives of the Jews. But today we witness exactly what happened during the Holocaust. Israel is doing exactly what happened to the Holocaust during the World War II. And the death toll in Gaza has surged to 35,000. And 2/3 of them are infants, children, women, and elderly. Israeli colleague just mentioned the respecting the international law and rules, and he referred to the UN Security Council resolutions. But there are two references at this moment. One of them is the UN Security Council resolution calling on Israel to stop what's happening. I mean, the ceasefire. And more importantly, the decision, interim decisions of the International Court of Justice are very clear. And Israel is disregarding all these decisions and resolutions. And the peace plan, two-state solution, is not the plan of Iran. There is an Arab Peace Initiative. It's very clear. Parameters are there, which has been supported by the international community. And there are also the UN Security Council resolutions on two-state solution. And Iran didn't have any role. So I hope Israel will respect and fully implement the court decision as well as the UN Security Council resolution to stop this act of genocide and war crime happening in Gaza. Thank you very much.
Eccoci. Allora, abbiamo qui già
Right. We have our defense minister present. Our German friend would like to intervene. You just have 1 minute, if I may, because our defense minister is with.
Yes, dear colleagues, I'm representing Germany, the country that was responsible for the Holocaust. And I cannot understand what I heard from my Turkish colleague. What happens in Israel, what happens in the Gaza Strip it's not good. It's very bad for many people, but this is not the Holocaust. And it doesn't make sense to compare things like that, like the Turkish delegate, that this is under the level of discussion that we should have in our meeting here. Thank you.
Grazie. Io ho detto già prima il mio pensiero.
Thank you. Well, I've already said what I had to say earlier on. I hope that in Cairo, together we can all come to a solution. I take note of this debate, but we'll have panel discussions that will allow us to delve into these matters in further detail. We'll have opportunities to talk about the region, but I suggest we stop here for this session. I again thank all of the speakers. Admiral Cavo Dragone, thank you very much. And again, all the best for your new responsibilities. Javier Colomina, thank you also for taking the floor. And thank you to all of you. Thank you for your questions and comments. Now we have a coffee break, and then we'll start the second panel. And the Minister for Defense has already arrived. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much. Grazie a te. Ciao. Sandra, va bene? Ok. Come va? Va bene? Sì, sì, bene. No, esatto. Dibattito? Sì, 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 sì. Interessante. Tedesco?
Please take your seats. We would like to start the session. Prenez vos places, s'il vous plaît. On aimerait bien démarrer la session. Merci beaucoup.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. Grazie a tutti. Dear colleagues, welcome to the second panel of this session focusing on the instability and insecurity in NATO's southern neighborhood. Before we start, I would like to remind you that you have access to the information of the seminar via the links in our program, accessible by scanning the QR code in the behind your badge. I will ask each panelist to limit themselves to 15 minutes so we have time for discussion afterwards. I will first give the floor to Right Honorable Guido Crosetto for the introductory remarks. He has been the Minister of Defense of Italy since 22nd October 2022. At the same time, he was appointed Chancellor and Treasurer of the Military Order of Italy. Right Honorable Crosetto, thank you very much for being here today with us, and the floor is yours, please. Thank you.
Grazie, grazie per...
Thank you. Thank you very much for this very warm welcome and these introductory remarks. I would also like to thank the President of the Italian delegation at the NATO Parliamentary Assembly, Mr. Cesa. Lorenzo, thank you for inviting me to take part in this meeting. But of course, also thank you to all of you. Thank you for being here in Italy. It's an honor to have you here. Of course, we welcome you at a very difficult time for NATO. There's really no precedent for any of this. In the past 70 years, we've never seen anything like this. NATO as an alliance is having to address unprecedented challenges. Never did we think we would have to address these types of challenges. Only a few years ago, we couldn't imagine this. And yet, these challenges now affect the heart of Europe. Of course, I'm talking about Ukraine, but not only that, I'm also talking about what is happening in the Middle East, in the Red Sea. I'm really referring to this emergence of crises, including in the Indo-Pacific region. As I said, in the past 70 years, we gathered as nations to protect peace, freedom, security, human rights, or international law. So for decades together, we tried to be a bulwark, a military bulwark. We really wanted to convince everyone that the world could move forward on the basis of international law and not based on whoever had the greatest power. It would seem, though, that this has changed now. The strongest nations now seemingly no longer need to comply with international law. Strong states now apparently can just invade weaker states. This, of course, is dramatic. So we have to keep sticking to our guns, if you like. So we can't let the world come closer to a third world war. It is a possibility. A third world war is a possibility. So we're being asked to increase our deterrence capabilities. Not, of course, to get us closer to war, but to move us away from war. We're being asked also to strengthen our diplomatic efforts. Diplomatic efforts complement military capabilities. Of course, we know that military capabilities do not solve conflicts. No, it's the diplomatic efforts that bring people together to put an end to conflict. Military capabilities is what comes before that. Military capabilities are used when you can't do without them, when you simply have no other way. So we're meeting at an essential moment, and we really need to commit our greatest energy and effort to explaining the situation. We need to explain to our citizens that investing in defense means investing in their future. We live in societies that seem to have forgotten that defense is at the heart of democracies, that it is a condition for democracy. Without defense, there is no democracy, no schools, no nurseries, no hospitals, no freedom, as we can see in Ukraine. And yet, our public opinions have forgotten that. For decades, our public opinions, because of peace or thanks to peace, forgot that war existed, and that led them to think that defense was simply not necessary. And yet defense is an indispensable condition that really supports democracy. Of course, we're elected representatives. We are elected by our citizens, and so we sometimes find it difficult to address questions that are scary for our citizens. We don't want to talk about war, about defense, about weapons. Yet we live at a time when that is necessary. We need to talk about war. We need to talk about defense spending. We need to talk about deterrence. We need to talk about hostile actors and states. It's simply something we have to do. Because it's only by talking truly and truthfully that citizens can really commit to protecting international law and that we can overcome the current crises. As we've said, there's a multitude of crises. We talked about the eastern flank. Of course, we're all committed to defending the eastern flank. As you know, Italy is the main NATO contributor in terms of personnel to the eastern flank. Italy did its very best to help Ukraine, and it will keep doing so with a new assistance package that will be confirmed in the coming weeks to allow Ukraine to defend itself against a Russian invasion. Italy has always wanted NATO to also commit to the southern flank, to focus on the southern flank together with other countries, Spain, France, Greece, because we need to prevent crises from emerging in the southern flank in Africa. It's something we need to anticipate. We can't suddenly notice crises when they emerge. There have been 8 coups in Africa, in the Sahel region. There's this dissemination, this spreading of terrorist groups, and that is dangerous. We're talking about a continent with 2.5 billion inhabitants in 20 years' time. And yet the continent is increasingly poor, increasingly young, but also famished. So imagine millions of people that are jobless, that don't have access to basic health services, to schools. And yet they're surrounded by rich countries where the population is a lot older. What do you think is going to happen in that situation? We have always asked NATO to look to its southern flank as well. Because if NATO is not going to do it, then other countries will do it. African armies are now being trained by Russian military officers. Engineering projects in Africa are funded by the Chinese government. They get loans from the Chinese government. And what's Europe doing? Europe has simply been pushed aside little by little. So these are issues we do have to address. We have to talk about this. And we can no longer think that the Western world is better. We were pushed aside in Africa, and that's not the Africans' fault. It's because of our behavior, because of our attitude that we were pushed aside. Over the past few years, when it comes to a certain number of countries, we acted like the nobility acted towards the working population in previous centuries. We simply did not see that there were new interlocutors that we had to talk with, that we had to help develop and grow. So we really need to draw the lessons of our history, draw conclusions from past experiences, and use our experience and our expertise to play a greater role, greater than the role we've played over the past few years. Again, we need to be a guarantee in terms of deterrence. We need to defend and use all of our diplomatic efforts as well. After all, we have a lot of expertise in these areas. If at NATO or through NATO we're not able to take over the role that the UN should be playing, if we're not able at a multilateral and national level able to relaunch, if you like, these various organizations such as the UN, then we'll have to face increasingly difficult situation, and it will threaten our democracies and will threaten countries worldwide. I think that NATO has a long-standing history. It was set up after horrible wars, after a tragedy, where really humanity showed its worst side. Of course, we were able to overcome various challenges by coming together as different countries. And I'm, by the way, very happy to see that there are non-NATO countries here today as well. And I'm happy because NATO has to be an open organization. I don't like having this division between the Western world on the one hand and the rest of the world on the other. I don't accept that. I don't accept that there's on the one hand the Western world and on the other hand the BRICS countries. History shows us that we have to come together, bring different countries together, be they Muslim, Catholic, Protestant, Jewish. What brings us together is a shared view of the types of rules that should govern the world. We have to make sure that NATO really is at the heart of the fight to protect our values. And thank you, because NATO, of course, has a military dimension, but also a political dimension. I also think it has a deep parliamentarian nature, if you like. It's a parliament that makes sure that countries remain democratic, that we protect our democratic values. Strong parliaments are important, and they are important for NATO. Be it here or elsewhere, strong parliaments will lead to peace and stability. Thank you for all you do.
No problem.
Thank you very much, Mr. Minister. has been a great pleasure to listen carefully to you. And the Minister will take one or two questions. We already have two, so we'll start by our Vice President, Marco Perestrello from Portugal, and after will be Theo Franken from Belgium. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Minister, for your clear speech. Okay, thank you. As you mentioned, NATO also needs to look at the south and take care of the south, the security of the south flank. That was the concern of NATO when it approved a 360-degree approach and a strategy that may oblige NATO to look not only for east, but also at least for the south, because the south is fundamental to preserve the Euro-Atlantic security. And from the south come many threats and risks, some of them military, others non-military threats and risks. So it's true, and we agree, that NATO has a role guaranteeing the stabilization of that flank, but that role needs to be complemented with other interventions from European countries and probably from the European Union. I would like to hear you about this idea, the need of the complemented the NATO role intervention, and how do you see the role that the European countries and European Union have to do regarding our southern neighbors? Thank you.
Grazie. Grazie a lei. Il tema.
Thank you very much. Indeed, the southern flank is a crucial point. Here we are speaking of a continent that will soon exceed 2 billion inhabitants. It's a continent that has 50% of mineral resources as well. A continent that has 50% of agricultural land and more than 60% water resources. And yet it's the poorest continent in the world. In the next 20 years, the average age of the population of the continent will be rather low, whereas the population in Europe, in Asia, and even in America is aging. Therefore, the focus must mostly come from Europe, European countries as well, because in Africa, those who want to find a new life, create a new life for themselves, will often go to Europe. And of course it's a challenge, because Europe will never be able to absorb all the poverty, all the needs for healthcare and so on that comes from Africa. Therefore, we have to change the way we have been dealing with Africa. For us, Africa in the past was a territory of conquest. The continent was exploited for decades, and we need to turn the situation around. There needs to be economic growth in Africa. African resources must stay in Africa, must remain there, and we must help them to develop their industry and their wealth. We must do so because the world will only be stable when people have the means to survive and to live, to feed their children, to receive healthcare and receive an education. If there are places on the planet which can't provide this, then we will always live in instability. Let's not only think about ourselves. Not all countries are at our service. Not all the wealth of the other countries have to flow towards our countries. If we want stability, we know very well what we have to do. And the Mattei plan is not only about Italy, of course, first and foremost, but it should be about, and it should cover all of Europe. I don't know if Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and the United Arab Emirates can ignore what happens in Africa. And I don't think that in the Middle East and the Americas we can bury our head in the ground. Africa mustn't stay in the hands of those who want to create armies in Africa and then send them elsewhere. The future, that would be the future of Africa. It would remain poor if we don't help. Africa will be the place where we go and train soldiers who will then be sent to other conflicts, and that will be destabilizing. And we know that no one wants to fight or die if they also have the possibility to live peacefully and look after their families. That's the challenge we are facing. And I believe that NATO can act as a support. However, the responsibility lies in the hands of European countries, I believe. And here I'm thinking of the 27 countries that have to agree on something. And here I'm speaking to the Europeans. There's not a European policy. We have 27 countries which try to create this union and move ahead. And I think this is what we have to do in Africa. Immigration is not the only problem. It's only the tip of the iceberg. It's very little in the light of all of the issues that could arise from a continent where countries are steeped in poverty and hunger. And the goal of NATO is stability. Stability which is of interest to the eastern flank, the southern flank, but also the Indo-Pacific area, as I was saying previously. I am as preoccupied as you are by what we see in Ukraine and in Gaza. But I'm even more worried with what could happen in Iran. I'm very also worried about what could happen in Taiwan. And we need to tackle these crises before they arise, before they burst. And it's our role to anticipate and to prepare for the worst, of course. However, we must do whatever is in our means to prevent them from arising. So I'm not sure I've answered your question, but I know very well that NATO for Africa is just one more partner. And I think that Europe has to assume its responsibilities, and the Middle East as well, and the Arabic Peninsula. I think it's also their role to assume some of the issues.
Question, Theo Franken, please.
Yes, thank you, Minister. Very interesting speech you gave there, and very enthusiastic and inspiring speech. So thank you very much. I have two questions for you. First of all, of course, migration and illegal migration is only the result of what's happening in Africa. But that result has a lot of consequences in your country, but also in Western European countries like Belgium, where we have extreme right winning pretty much all the elections, and we will see that in a lot of countries. We have European elections in some weeks, and I'm very concerned about what will happen at that point. So I think we need to tackle illegal migration because our people demand to tackle illegal migration. We're trying. Your Prime Minister is going to Africa, is having a lot of regional deals and agreements with European Union, and that's a good thing, I think. But I think we have to go further. And my personal opinion is that we need to have an Australian approach where we just say very clearly no to illegal migration over the Mediterranean Sea, like the Australians did 20 years ago. So my question is, what is your point? I asked your Chief of Defense 1 hour ago, and he was very diplomatic. So maybe you're a politician, maybe you don't have to be a diplomatic Chief of Defense, and as Minister of Defense you can be more political. So what is your point of view? Of course, I know the point of view of your political party, but what is your personal point of view as Minister of Defense of the beautiful country of Italy? Second point on Iran, my question is, I asked to Lorenzo, but he didn't really give an answer to that. Why is IRGC, the Revolutionary Guard Corps, not on European terror lists? They have to be put on European terror lists. The Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps of Iran, that is the evil, the ash of evil, who is influencing pretty much all of the wars going on in the Middle East, and they're attacking our ships coming to Antwerp and my country through the Red Sea with the Houthi rebels for the moment. So we need to put them on the terror list. Why is European Union not doing this? Thank you.
Posso anche non rispondere, no?
I will try and provide an answer indeed. Migration as I said, is only the tip of the iceberg in the light of all of the issues, of all of the problems that could come from Africa. It's an issue in all of our countries, and more specifically in the neighboring countries with Africa. Why so? Because up to now we have opened our doors to migrants and to migration flows. However, there's been no integration, no real integration. We opened our doors. Some of them opened them a bit wider than others. But we have opened our doors to tens of thousands of people. And once they arrived in our countries, they were, in a way, stationed in the suburbs of towns, of cities. We never gave them an accommodation on the Piazza di Spagna or Piazza di Navona. But if you go in the peripheries of Paris, of Brussels, you'll see thousands of immigrants who live there. And who are often poorer than the inhabitants who already live in the suburbs of these big cities. And we never really thought of how we could give these people a good future. So we told them, well, find your own food, find your own job, maybe work on the black, because we didn't necessarily want to legalize them. And I think this was fuel for conflict. And I don't think that this is something that Italy or other European countries can afford to do. I think we have to integrate these people. We have, of course, to tell them of our own culture, of our own history, of our own language. We have to give them the possibility to thrive in our own countries, them and their families. And up to now, it hasn't been the case. And these places are, or rather, migration must be managed by real democracies in a democratic way. And immigration, yes, it is being instrumentalized politically in the elections in many countries. It's an endless dialogue in our countries. However, this is not how we will solve a crisis. To solve crisis, often the solutions are very complex, and it's never done overnight. It takes a lot of time. It takes years to tackle this crisis. First, we need to set and create the right conditions in the countries of origin so that these people won't have to leave their countries. However, what we have done is that we've created all the conditions for these people to want to flee their own continent and their own country. Therefore, we must be the initiators of change. And over the last few years, we have negotiated agreements with countries of origin, with border countries, with transit countries. However, the solution will only be found if we act together. Yes, it's not easy, it's very complicated, and it's becoming more and more complex. At least as soon as when there are political elections, it becomes even more complex. We can't solve issues during an electoral campaign. People are just speaking in order to get an extra vote. So a serious reasoning can only start after the European elections, because until then, every representative will want to gather votes and have the biggest party possible at the European Parliament. And everyone will try and debate in a way to have the most voices possible. But once the European elections are over, I think we need to really address this issue in all its complexity. Here we are speaking of millions of people who could potentially move to our countries. And here it's not even migration, it's something else. And what I like to say is that as an Italian citizen, one of the biggest empires of history, the Roman Empire, in its own way, had tried to find ways to integrate various populations. And the Roman Empire was in a way destroyed by the population that it had integrated. But the Roman Empire had elected as emperors Africans, non-Italians. But despite that, the empire collapsed, was destroyed by those that stayed outside of our empire and who were longing for the wealth of the empire. And I think this is a lesson we must draw from history, and it's something we tend to do. So I don't necessarily want to speak of migration now, because this is a topic that we always talk about during the electoral campaigns. I want to speak about the Mattei plan. Mattei was an Italian who'd broken the monopoly of oil. He went to see the people of the African continent, and he told them, well, we want you to keep your own wealth. And I think that even in Algeria there are squares that bear his name, because he was the first one who treated Algeria with respect. He made sure that Algeria could keep its wealth. And the Algerians say that. This is why we've picked this name, the Mattei plan, because this man knew how to behave in the face of this issue. Now, if we open the chapter Red Sea, integrism, and so on, well, let me just focus on the Red Sea. I think there are two conflicts in this area. One of them is the conflict around the European ships, which try to down missiles and drones in order to allow shipping to go through. But Suez has lost 50% of its traffic. 50% ships have to circumvent Africa. And in addition to the military and economic issues that we can imagine, it also skews the shipping industry and the maritime market, because big shipping companies are at a disadvantage compared to their Chinese competitors. I'm sure you're aware who has an advantage or takes advantage of these attacks. Well, it's the Chinese companies. So imagine 1 second what would happen if China gains the monopoly of maritime transport. Think 1 second about this hybrid war dimension. It's a very strong dimension. When we speak of wars, it's not only about the wars we fight with weapons, it's also the economic, the hybrid wars. If one nation gains supremacy over one sector, then it can just close the tap. And as NATO, this is a question we must raise. Once I spoke with NATO colleagues, and we were speaking of the 2% of investments, so yes, a different topic. And I asked a question to some of my colleagues, and when I asked the question, they thought I was an alien. I said we could invest, whatever, 200, 300, 500 billion, whatever. But you know what the issue is? It's the numbers of engineers at NATO.
1 milione.
How many engineers are trained per year in Europe, in NATO? 1 million. 4 million per year in China. So you can see the difference there. We're not only talking about financial resources, but human resources. If we don't have the raw materials, if we don't have transport, if you don't have the engineers, then we are going to be in trouble. So let's be far-sighted. Let's look at matters in a holistic 360-degree way. And it's only there that we can play the leading role we have played in the world up to now.
Thank you very much, Mr. Minister. Let us begin now with our panel discussion properly. I will now introduce our first speaker on my left, Ambassador Giampiero Mazzollo, who is the president of the Italian Institute for International Political Studies. He's with us today to give us an overview of some of the most persistent and emerging security challenges in the Middle East. Ambassador Mazzollo, a career diplomat, has previously served as Director General of the Department of Information for Security under the Prime Minister's Office, overseeing Italian intelligence coordination. Thank you, Mr. Ambassador, for being with us. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Siamo qua. Grazie, credo sia più pratico.
Many thanks. Now, I think it's probably best for me to speak from my chair and briefly. So, I'm here to speak to you about security challenges from the Middle East. First of all, let's remember the context in which we live. We must think of another world order which is rising. We must think of what Dremer called the multilateral order, where nobody can dictate the world order. Various consequences stem from this situation. Firstly, crises are no longer local, but they become regional and world crises very swiftly. Secondly, crises automatically become world crises indeed existential crises. Most of these cannot be resolved, but can nonetheless be diminished. The third consequence of this scenario is that the different phenomena that we can see in the globalization context are issues which are all the more difficult to manage by individual countries. And so in conclusion, what's happening in the Middle East is to be seen in a world context and in a global destabilizing context. Secondly, how does this apply? How does the dynamic I've described apply to the Middle Eastern conflict? What we see currently going on between Israel and Gaza can be militarized very quickly, or be rather instrumentalized by those who want to draw advantage from the situation and from what's going on. So Fatah, Hamas, etc. The Israeli government has, on its side, has not always tried to find some form of synthesis in legitimizing its interlocutor in the interests of dialogue. So we have seen what was a local conflict becoming a regional conflict, and Iran has stepped in and Israel has, or rather the whole question of deterrence is therefore raised. Recent US administrations have been facing this issue, and we have seen how they have tried to deal with the Iranian nuclear program. And how Israel has felt exposed because of international efforts vis-a-vis Iran. And secondly, we saw the Abraham Accords through Trump and Biden in an attempt to find some form of new alliance between Israel and moderate Arab states to contain Iran. This gave rise to trade and other links, but Palestinians were left to one side. Now, what has happened at the local level has exploded on the regional level. Hamas and Iran have acted against this attempt to find some form of a regional Western dynamic to reorganize the Middle East, and hence the situation we're facing now. Now, speaking of at the global level, we can see the US paying renewed interest to the region, almost against their will. They would much rather give priority to the Indo-Pacific and focus on China, but as I said, unwillingly they've been dragged into the Middle Eastern conflict. And this has repercussions on the standoff with Russia, with Russia's attempt to influence the Middle Eastern situation to create corridors, allowing Russia to reach warm sea ports. And the West finds itself also distracted from what's happening in Ukraine by the Middle Eastern crisis. Then comes the standoff with China, a power which is taking the long view and has a very structured economic policy of creating trade flows throughout the Middle East, and is therefore also impacted by the situation. Gaza, therefore, has disrupted all these relationships at regional and world level. What's being done to de-escalate? Well, there is this cauterization going on in Gaza with via agreements to exchange hostages and to create local short-term ceasefires, and opening up the Rafah crossing, so to therefore cauterize the wound, if you will, to find some form of a global strategic balance. Now, from my point of view, I would analyze this in the following way. You've got to think about the Ukrainian dynamic on the one side and distinguish it from the Middle Eastern dynamic. The Ukraine dynamic depends a lot on the situation on the ground, but is going to become very long term. And that's going to be with us for a long time. A result, if you will, of a frozen conflict legitimizing a situation with the current battle lines as they stand. So, recognizing a de facto situation. Whereas the Middle Eastern dynamic is less dependent upon the realities in situ, and it is more based on common interests. In the Middle East, there are points of common interest which do favor cooperation, willingly or unwillingly, by either side. The presence of these common interests is not working out on the ground. Think, for instance, of Israel, which wants to benefit from American protection with vis-a-vis Iran and jihadist movement. Think of the Arab states and the agreements between Saudi Arabia and the US, and the interest that moderate Arab states have in containing Iran and Saudi Arabia even. The two-state solution is very much something that the Palestinian side has in mind, and we also have the interest in on the side of Iran to avoid an all-out war, which would certainly lose. So we do have some form of common interest with the first-line role played by the US as in terms of arms deliveries, and we think that Israel also need to be selective and moderate in its approach. And therefore, and this is my fifth point, we come to the question of security challenges, because these challenges could play against security. We have this possibility of a conflict which could spill over on the world level, with jihadism spreading and this is very much a threat for the West, for energy corridors, and in terms of migratory flows with the famine and poverty that such conflict could engender. Then come issues which could also rise to the fore, for instance, the Straits and the Straits, the opening or shutting of the Straits. So we see the Eastern Mediterranean becoming very overcrowded in terms of fleets and presence. And this exposes all actors to and spills over onto other regions. So what is a Mediterranean problem becomes a world problem. So for the GSM, this is something that you must bear in mind. Many thanks.
Thank you so much. And I will now turn the word to Andrea Marghelletti, President of the Center for International Studies. He's an expert in geopolitics, security, intelligence, and foreign policy. He has held several important roles, including being the advisor for security and counterterrorism policies of the Minister of Defense, as he has been given notes to him in his intervention. Okay, he's his advisor. He will brief us on the broader security challenges across the Sahel and North Africa, and he will be extremely brief because we are running out of time. Thank you so much.
Mi sentite? Ok. Grazie, buongiorno a tutti. Un ringraziamento per l'invito che mi ha fatto, per l'alto onore. È per me un sincero privilegio essere qui con voi oggi e naturalmente un saluto al vicepresidente del Senato della Repubblica, senatrice Castellone, e ovviamente
Merci. Hello, and hello. Good morning to you.
Sarò sinceramente brevissimo.
I'm going to be very brief. I can see who's before me, and I'm, so to say, your enemy, because I'm preventing you from going to a very good lunch. So I will try and reconcile. First of all, 4 points. My first point is certainly the fact that we need to wonder whether we have lost any reason, because in the face of a world which is escalating, where tensions are escalating, here we are talking about the Mediterranean. Are we children of a lesser God? No, I think we need to be very serious about what we mean when we talk about the eastern flank and the southern flank of NATO. This concept no longer applies. There are no longer any eastern or southern flanks. Why? Because the critical threats all around NATO derive from one single strategy. So why keep on dividing these flanks? Because the threat is global. Be it conventional threat, hybrid threat, asymmetrical threat, these threats are global, and hybrid above all from the south. This strategy derives from the same players, Russia, China, and to a certain extent from Iran. Iran is less able to implement its own ambitions on the world level. One example, in Italy, of course, we pay a lot of attention to Libya. What Mexico is to the US, Libya is to Italy. Now, the position taken by Russia in North Africa and the Sahel, especially in Libya, is there to try for Europe and for Italy to limit the possibility that we have of being proactive because we fear a new southern front opening up?
Sono sempre
So geographically things are changing but of course the issues are still the same, and weaponizing the economy, as is the case with China and Africa, allows this country to benefit from its very long-term strategy. And then, unlike that, in Western countries, we find it very difficult to have this same long-term vision. We find it hard to implement all of the actions we plan for a given mandate. So we have a very short-term approach. Now, there are different threats in the southern flank of NATO, three main threats, I would say. The southern flank is something that really is something that we have invented, if you like, but we need to keep a certain number of things into account. First, political warfare. The increasing political and military forces to create an anti-Western front. That is the first threat. Second threat. Information is a threat. Cyber war. That is also a threat, and both are linked. Here we're not just talking about concrete actions, but of a manipulation of public opinions. It's all about trying to mold your adversary's information and to mold the opinion, the public opinions. As Mr. Crosetto was saying earlier on, and rightly so, you really need to create the necessary conditions for the populations, the voters, in a way, to remain adversaries of the West. So it's not so much about implementing certain policies that go against the West, it's making sure that the populations themselves remain anti-West. Now, another threat is economic in nature. The economic threat is a little bit different, and I think it's based on two things. First, controlling mineral resources in Sahel countries. Not just to alleviate the repercussions of sanctions taken, for example, against Russia in the conflict against Ukraine, but also to make sure that in the future these resources cannot be used or bought by Western countries. And that goes hand in hand with the Chinese policy. Currently, we focus on technological advance. And there's a lack of human resources and of different resources. So we need to really keep a technological edge vis-a-vis our potential adversaries. If this technological supremacy, if you like, can't be maintained because we simply lack the necessary resources, well, then is an issue. We do need a lot of resources to ensure that we stay one step ahead. Otherwise, we end up in some sort of strategic inferiority, if you like. So that's something we need to keep in mind. In Western countries, over the past decades, we have focused too much on the economy. You can't have an economy if your economy simply isn't protected at the same time. If you forget about security, the entire world doesn't hold the same values as we do. The first priority is to understand what goes on in your adversary's mind, what their mindset is, and to take that into account. Now, let me turn to the future a little bit. What lies ahead? I work for the Center for International Studies, and I work with analysts. And it'd be interesting to know what they think about the asymmetric threat. We've already talked about Russia's influence in the Sahel region. We've already said that in Libya, for example, there is a risk. The risk is there's a given approach to General Haftar, and that there's some sort of amalgamation process, if you like, that is somewhat slowed down. And I would like to say hello to the representatives of Algeria. I love Algeria, but let us be very real. There is a risk that part of the future leaderships in your countries are radicalized. Now, I agree with you. We have to together react. There is no professors or students in all of this. No, we're all learners. What is true is that your country is strategic, not because of its hydrocarbon resources, but because of your fossil fuels, if you like, but because of your very position. Part of your populations vis-à-vis the West, not just vis-à-vis France, but vis-à-vis the West, is starting to have a given opinion, a position which in the medium term could be dangerous for us. Africa could really leave the Western world. The Sahel region could really turn away from the Western world. There are military cooperation agreements being signed, and so in these countries we could lose our foothold, which, however, is key for the security of all countries, of all our countries. If you talk about human trafficking, for example, or drug trafficking, weapons trafficking, we need to keep a foothold because of all of these threats. And also, we need to keep a foothold because we need to understand what goes on in the field. Satellites can't tell us everything. So we need to see potential radicalizations in the field, and we need to keep an eye on the radicalization of policies. Next, raw material, rare earths, fossil fuels, all of that, of course, is important, and it's something we need to keep an eye on. Now, I'll come to my conclusion, but I wanted to address the third threat, which I think is the most important threat. It's a threat of information. Just a couple of hours ago, the FT, the Financial Times, published its article saying that, according to them, Russia is able to launch acts of sabotage in Western countries. Now, let's switch things around a little bit. Let's not have such a traditional view of things. You can launch disinformation campaigns whilst focusing on, say, African citizens or citizens from the Middle East who now live in Western countries. In the intelligence communities, this is called false flag operations. So you don't really know who is at the heart of these campaigns, but we know that the Russians are very good at those, at false flag operations. So rather than talking about integration or similar sort of topics, the risk is that there's increasing divergence, that there's real gaps that are created between various communities, and that can lead to violence. And of course, this can be instrumentalized by, say, Daesh, Al-Qaeda. Now, of course, it's far further east. It's not just in the Middle East. It's far further east that these problems really arise. Now, in one way or another, over the past few years, in Western Europe, we benefited from a certain number of things. For example, using the great number of refugees, migrants, people who flee wars, right, who flee poverty and who have a right to exist and to live, and who get to a country set up vast communities and then lead to greater arrivals of migrants. Last but not least, I wanted to also address the threat of indirect actions. Because, of course, there are state actors that can be involved, but there are also non-state actors that can act to destroy our means of communication. Undersea cables, for example, 90% of all of our communication goes through underwater cables. And that, of course, is in direct relationship to all of the services we offer our populations. Health services, governmental services. What would happen if these cables were damaged, if we were no longer able to communicate? We only exist because communication is possible. So I think NATO has is a little bit too rooted in history. I think it has to have a more contemporary mindset. Our adversaries are very contemporary. Just because they don't dress like us doesn't mean that they can act and think fast. I worked for the Ministry of Defense when the Naples hub was set up. And my team had been trained to think about all of that. And I do think that NATO has to set up an open architecture and to really use that to fight against hybrid threats. As long as we're convinced that the threat is necessarily visible, we'll have an issue. Because really what is most important is the strategic aspect of things. We can't keep just thinking about tanks. We also have to think about the economic threat. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Marghiletti. Before the concluding remarks by Mr. Dangian, that we have one question by Mrs. Codelli from Albania. You are the privileged to have the question, this question.
Oh, thank you very much. I appreciate it. I'm really honored to have the privilege. Okay, so are we swift in English? Thank you, dear President, for your remarkable comments on the situation. Well, most probably, my questions are for both of you. We will have elections, US elections, in November this year. It depends on who's going to win elections that the American foreign policy most probably is going to be slightly different. So do you have any comment on according who's going to win? What about the Iran nuclear program? Because there are some different approaches from, different candidates, or both candidates. Taiwan approach, Russian aggression against Ukraine approach, Middle East peace talks and furthermore, or even US towards NATO approach. It's going to be so much different if the elections are going to win by President Trump or President Biden? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, how many days do we have to answer your question? Actually, it's an all-catching question, but I would say...
Chiedo scusa, lei può parlare in italiano? Quindi io...
No matter, no problem. In fact, I think that at the end of the day, there will not be that much difference whether one president of the United States or the other will be in charge, because look at the US politics. US politics is US first. US politics is foreign policy for the middle class. US policy is, okay, let's our allies taking their share of responsibility. And this is no matter whether it is Biden or whether it is Trump. With Biden, maybe it will be a little bit milder. It's a question of tones. It's a question of dealing with the same things together with the allies. With Trump, it will be bilateral relations, no matter what NATO is, no matter what he does not understand at the end of the day, no matter what the EU is. It's more to speak on bilateral terms. But at the end of the day, the allies will be called to show a responsible attitude anyway. So, and this will have repercussions also overall. Don't take for granted that if Trump wins, Netanyahu has an easier life. Don't forget that Trump is the author of the Abraham Accords, and he will be interested in trying to get back to this sort of way out from the Middle Eastern crises and to take America to occupy, to deal with their priorities. And also with Iran, actually, also Biden will be compelled to be tough to a certain extent. Also Biden will have the problem of how to restore deterrence after what happened with the Iranian action against the US. So it will be a difference in tones. It will be a difference in the way in which they will actually develop their foreign policies together with the allies. But at the end of the day, I think that the substance is increased responsibility for all of us. Thank you.
Credo che quello sia rotto. Che il mio microfono lì è rotto, non ho la necessità di avere uno standing.
In Europe, of course, we worry a lot and we think a lot about who's going to win the US elections, be it Biden, be it Mr. Trump. I'm not excessively worried about Mr. Trump winning the election. What worries me is that the American electorate has changed. If Mr. Biden were to win the next elections, then in 4 years' time, probably we would be faced with a Republican candidate who has even more extreme positions on different topics than Mr. Trump, because it's the American voters who have changed. The Center for International Studies that I chair always says that there is no fait accompli, if you like. So if there is a European crisis, I'm not convinced that the United States would come in and help us. I'm no longer convinced of that. Now, conceptually speaking, we are quite weak. Only a couple of days ago, for example, we all celebrated the U.S. assistance package for Ukraine. But that means that we're still reliant on the United States. And yet, in the U.S. strategic debate, Europe holds a very small place. Same for the Middle East and Africa. Except maybe when they talk about the fight against terrorism. For example, in meetings dedicated to Ukraine, we spend 5 minutes talking about Ukraine and then we move on to China. Whether we're happy with that or not, that's how it is. That's the case. Now, Mr. Macron, the French president, launched this idea of a European coalition. This is very different from the traditional NATO-EU type of defense programs or structures. And that's simply because the current situation or solution is no longer adapted to reality in the field.
Now I welcome Mr. Arnaud Danjean for the concluding remarks. He has served as a member of the European Parliament since 2009, Mr. Danjan is the Vice Chair of EPP Group Presidency and a member of the Subcommittee on Security and Defense at the European Parliament. Mr. Danjan, you have the floor. Thank you.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je vais m'exprimer en français.
Thank you very much. I will be speaking French, says Monsieur Danjean. Thank you, President Gutierrez. Thank you, Lorenzo Cesa. We, on a number of occasions at the European Parliament, spoke together of the southern flank. And it's not always easy. When we are gathered here in Rome amongst ourselves, it seems obvious to show such an interest for the southern flank. However, if we move more in the north of Europe or in the east and we're not so much amongst ourselves, it's not so obvious. So it's always good to remind ourselves of the strategic importance of the southern flank. Of course, and this was said many times, what happens in the east is the center of our focus, and sometimes it even hides our European strategic horizon. However, forgetting the South would be a fatal error. First, because, and as many of you have said, today dynamics are global dynamics. Therefore, conflicts are interlinked. Also, and more directly, on the energy, on the food, on the agricultural, on the commercial levels, we see the impact that the war in Ukraine has on the South. Russia is also a player in destabilizing the South. We see this in Sahel. Russia directly took part in the coup and in trying to install regimes that are hostile to European countries in Africa. And it keeps also doing acts of disinformation in Africa. And also the conflict in Ukraine contributes to the war of narratives and contributes to polarizing the world with anti-Western bias that is extremely strong. Of course, we can regret this. We can find it ridiculous because sometimes it's not at all subtle. But however, the Russian narrative, which is anti-Western, finds a keen ear amongst many southern leaders. They speak of double standards, and this notion of double standards is something that is very widespread when they speak of us in the South. And this is why we have also to look beyond this, just the east of Europe. Moreover, the crisis in the South did not disappear after February the 24th, 2022. Far from it. And in the Near and the Far East and in Africa, you have said it, conflicts have remained and have even deteriorated. And we can even go further, not only in the Sahel, but in the Horn of Africa. I know that Italian soldiers are still deployed in Somalia alongside Turkish and British soldiers. They are there every day to fight against Al-Shabaab. We didn't speak of the Sudan war. It's a dreadful conflict which is tearing apart one of the biggest countries of Africa. And in this conflict, we also see the same dynamics that I have just spoken of. And there is also the situation in Sahel, which is extremely worrying. Our European troops have left the Sahel, however, the jihadists have not. And the tensions are worsening in the Sahel. And we also see, and unfortunately we've seen this in our own assembly, we see how difficult it is to talk in a rational way about the crisis in the Middle East. In light of all of this, we need to politically mobilize ourselves, and we need to think rationally in order to speak of the importance of the southern flank. However, I would have 3 caveats, and they will be my conclusions for today. 3 caveats when I speak of how NATO countries show their interests or get involved in the southern flank. First, we need to be aware of our failures and draw conclusions from our failures. As a French representative, I'm very well placed to speak of it. I'm thinking of Mali, of Niger, of Central Africa. And the Admiral and the Minister said it earlier on. We've been ousted out of a number of African countries, and for the reasons that were said, but also because we've made mistakes. And I don't think I've heard many of our political leaders speak about the mistakes that we've made. Therefore, I think we need to dig into our conscience and try to identify what didn't work. Lessons learned, and this process is extremely important if we want to turn a page and start anew and have a more positive approach. And I've heard about partnerships, win-win situations, mutual dialogue. This will not happen if we don't learn our lessons from the past. Secondly, it's about the trap of narratives. I keep hearing we shouldn't be moralistic or give any lessons. We should be on an equal footing. I absolutely agree with this. However, I feel it's not often the approach taken by NATO nor the EU. NATO's approach is often a very directive approach when it comes to values. As a European, I believe that we defend universal values, of course. However, we must absolutely understand that these values are not always perceived in the same way. And it can be painful because we feel we are right in our approach. However, the perception, not necessarily reality, but the way these values are perceived varies. And if we go ahead with our NATO and EU means in a very or in an overly confident way, we might come up against a lack of understanding, not necessarily hostility, but a lack of understanding. And against our own desire, we might fuel an anti-Western discourse. So that's a contradiction that we must be aware of. And now the third lesson that we need to think about is the following. And the Admiral and the Minister reminded us of that. And I'll give a few examples if I have time. And it's the complexity of the security dimension and how problematic it becomes if it's too exclusive. So when we see conflicts, it is very legitimate to want to apply security-related tools. We can't fight against jihadism without weapons, but we must fight it with other means than weapons. And at times I feel that we have favored military tools in complex areas without grasping the full depth of the social and cultural elements. And we simplified too much the language we used to justify our military actions. I admire what our French troops in Sahel. 60 soldiers of ours died in fights in the Sahel. But it's not necessarily the French soldiers that were the most in favor of a military intervention, because the French soldiers that were deployed in Sahel saw straight away how difficult it would be only with the military option to achieve our goals. So there was, yes, a tactical success, but we did not eradicate jihadism. So this, in a way, is a strategic failure, simply because the military side on its own cannot overcome this huge task. And then confining the what Mali encounters to the simple issue of jihad would be a mistake. Burkina Faso, Niger, saying that their only issue is the issue of jihadism would also be an error. It's not the only issue that they are that they have. It's also associated with issues of governance, with issues of communities struggling to live alongside one another. And all of these issues have to be addressed before or at the same time as our military response. Otherwise, we'll only deteriorate the situation. And it will be very tough for NATO and very complex for NATO to suggest acceptable solutions for the countries of the South and solutions that are efficient. This is why, and this was said, thankfully, NATO has to systematically work with the host countries of the partnerships, but also has to work hand in hand with all of the countries of the region. And also why NATO must work alongside other organizations which have a wider array of tools that are non-security tools by nature. And it's true that I would like for a much closer cooperation with the EU. They have tools of governance, tools of commercial partnership. You'll find these in Brussels, but not necessarily at NATO. You'll find them within the EU. So in theory, all of this is more or less in place. However, we must find a new dynamic. With the war on our eastern flank, all of this was relegated further away. And so we spoke a lot of Africa, but I'm also shocked to see how the Gaza conflict has an incidence in our European societies, and how it feels that it hits even harder at times than the Ukrainian conflict. So I spent a bit of time in this beautiful city of Rome, and I was watching the news here, and I feel that every time we look at the news in Italy, and it's the same thing in France, we speak more of Gaza than of the Ukrainian conflict. But not only do we speak of the conflict as such, we speak a lot about how this conflict has an impact on our societies, how it's polarizing in our societies, how it's rekindling the most basic of anti-Semitism on our European soil, in our societies. We are importing a conflict that is unraveling in the Middle East. And I think that is quite detrimental to the cohesion of our societies and of our organizations, of NATO, of the EU. So these are the challenges that we are faced with. These are huge challenges, but I'm very thankful to your Assembly for having focused on the South-related issues. And we'll be able to speak about it in Vilnius, in Warsaw, I hope with the same intensity. I think we need to all be convinced that the future of a continent concerns the East, but also the South. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That concludes our panel, the last panel in the morning. A big thank you to all our speakers. Thank you so much for the time and the shortened time you have been given to make your presentations. Thank you to the Minister also, and thank you to you all for the questions and remarks. Now we have the lunch break up to 14:30. Those that have been invited to the lunch should proceed to the coffee break area, and they will be directed to the dining area from there. So the area we took the coffee some 1 hour ago. Thank you so much. Okay. So if you can be here sharp at 14:30 to have a family picture before starting the session in the afternoon will be great. Those that are not here at 14:30 will miss the picture. Sorry. Thank you.
Sorry.
Mettiamoci... Ah, dopo?
No, ma dopo vanno via 2 o 3,
Facciamola, dai, ormai siamo qua.
Facciamola
noi allora.
Se no ti vai a fare la penicella, dopo ci sei più.
Facciamo una adesso e una dopo. Padroni di casa. Tranne Carecchia, che invece è padrone comunque.